So, ladies and gentlemen, my friends, it is time to convene. Please be seated. Please be seated. A warm welcome to all of you here in this magnificent facility. Isn't this a beautiful room? We are at Vetenskapens hus in Luleå, and I would like to say welcome to all of you who are following us via the live stream. Northern Sweden is at the heart of an industrial revolution. Traditional industries and new industries are together working towards a lower climate imprint and higher efficiency. And there is an urgency now to understand materials at a deeper level. The synthesis, the structure, the performance, circularity, energy involved, and climate impact. So we are at an industrial and knowledge-based phase shift with a lot of known, unknown questions at hand, but also the even more exciting unknown unknowns. So a large puzzle is being created where universities, privately owned enterprises, state-owned enterprises, many different platforms, funding agencies are part of the jigsaw, as are ESS and Max4, where Sweden has been given the chance to host two world-class facilities using neutrons and X-rays as ice deep into matter. So how do we create a strong interplay between all those actors to create an effective push forward? We're going to dig deeper into this matter today and investigate it together with the key stakeholders. We will go into the crust of the earth, to the industrial heartlands of energy supply in Sweden, to the core of the atom. We will look at steel, paper, rare earth minerals and batteries. We will meet funders, researchers, industrialists and new thinkers. So welcome to ESS and Max4 Summit. 4 panels this morning. We have a coffee break at 10:15, or is it 10:30? Tutti? Thank you very much. We have lunch at 12:30, coffee again in the afternoon at 3:30. And it's funny, yesterday when we planned this, they said sometimes people come here to organize conferences and the only thing they have planned is just when the coffee breaks are going to be. No content. But this day is full of content. We have a live broadcast. You can ask questions via the Menti system, and the day ends at 4 o'clock. And we have 2 hosts of this day, and the first is the Swedish Research Council, and I would like to welcome the Director General, Katarina Bjelke. Welcome up.
So, thank you very much for being able to come to Luleå. It's really a pleasure actually to be here. I was a bit disappointed when I arrived. I hoped for snow actually, but no snow. So I'm particularly glad to see everyone here, of course, today, but I would especially like to pay attention to academia, of course, the academic society who are here today, but also all the industries, local industries, LKAB, Northvolt, Alfa Laval, Vattenfall, ABB, IKEA, and I hope I didn't forget any of the larger ones at least, so you are most welcome here. So, as Maria said, Sweden is shifting into a new greener and cleaner economy. Reduce, reuse, and recycle and recover are words that we often hear and which influence many sectors of society today. Especially, I would say, the traditional Swedish industry, like mining, like textile production, paper, and pulp, to name just a few. Sorry. Fossil-free steel production, reusing waste products from mining, storing energy from solar and wind power, and recycling textile cellulose. The list of what is needed to be done is long, but so are the achievements actually in these areas. And I look forward to hearing more about some of these issues today. This process of going green in as many sectors as possible is vital to protect our planet and humanity, but also to enhance our self-reliance in Europe, to ease the burden that the geopolitical tension puts on us. Today we will discuss how industry, especially the ones establishing and growing here in the north of Sweden, can make use of the research facilities in Lund, ESS and Max4. We will learn about the opportunities that this expansion gives us, but I think also hear about the challenges which comes with it. We have understood that the development that we see in the Northern Europe cannot happen without effort. It requires funding, it requires competence and new knowledge. And sometimes it requires new ways of approaching problems. And here I think academia and industry working together is essential. Research infrastructures like ESS and Max4 are two important tools for obtaining the research results needed to be able to continue the transition to a greener society. So are the research infrastructures within the universities and R&D departments, in industry, and within research and innovation institutes. And of course, the knowledge researchers and developers in those institutions provide, from both very basic material science and consumer-ready applications. It is so far a fact that the communities using facilities like Max4 and ESS are mainly from academia, and perhaps that will always be a fact. However, both the possibilities of collaborations between academia and industry, as well as focused industry users, are extremely important to develop and broaden the user community, and in the end, take advantage of the fact that Sweden has these two extremely advanced facilities. The users from industry can and should take advantage of the possibilities that are in place and will be with ESS when it is completed. And I know that some of the companies here today have already seen and taken advantage of this opportunity, and I am personally very happy for that fact. So how can we make optimal use of all of this? What is needed to secure the skills and competences that are crucial to a green transition? And what is the best way to fund research and investment in the green economy? How can universities and Max4 and ESS contribute in this sense? Those are the questions that we will discuss today. And I am sure that some of these questions we will have some answers to, but I think that also new questions will arise and new challenges will be discussed today. I am also certain that we will form new relationships which will allow us to continue together to do this important work that we have, to create a more sustainable, resilient and secure society, and in this work have the knowledge and insight to be able to use Max4 and eventually also ESS on this journey. I don't know, but yesterday I looked at X, or Twitter as it was called. I do that not very often, but still, I did yesterday. And I don't know if you have seen Tim Cook and Apple on X. It's a post on Apple's climate goals and achievements, which they present to Mother Earth. It's both inspiring and a hopeful storytelling. It's actually a story on how they use developed climate-neutral, climate-smart material in different devices and packaging, and thereby achieving their goal by net zero by 2030. And I was thinking, I am pretty sure that they have relied on some advanced research infrastructure in order to achieve this. So have a look if you can. Before I end, I would like to express our sincere thanks to LTU and also to Margareta Gruth, who have been instrumental in arranging everything here in Luleå. So once again, warm welcome, and I wish us all a fruitful day, and welcome again to ESS Max 4 Summit 2023.
Thank you, Katarina. We have a second host, Darja Isaksson from Vinnova, and she couldn't be here today because she had to meet the Minister of Defense, I think, which is, I guess, a reminder of the world we are living in. So we have a greeting from Darja up here.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this year's ESS and Max 4 Summit. I had really been looking forward to sharing this day with you in Luleå, but now that I unfortunately can't make it, I'm really grateful for this opportunity to still say a few words. Once again, this summit will be a great opportunity to take stock of the progress made since last time, to find inspiration in the work of others, and to discuss ways moving forward. This year, we'll get a chance to listen to actors at the forefront pushing for and shifting into a greener and cleaner economy, using Sweden as a base to make a difference in the world. This shift, as we know, is vital to protect our planet and key to the prosperity of human society. It is also the key for our future competitiveness, as well as to the security and resilience of Europe in the face of escalating climate crisis and its effects, as well as a complex geopolitical situation with increased tensions. Things are interconnected, as we know. To succeed in achieving ambitious goals related to carbon emissions, but also to other equally important planetary boundaries, big efforts are needed. Investments into infrastructure, but also into competence and new knowledge, and often new ways of approaching problems. Research infrastructures such as ESS and Max 4 are therefore important tools for obtaining the research results that we need. For instance, in order to be able to continue developing better batteries, better energy solutions, and develop manufacturing processes that can build the future competitiveness and sustainability of our industries. Our shared research infrastructure enables experiments that help answer questions often formulated long before any experiments are conducted. Sometimes these questions are based on pure curiosity, and sometimes they're based on problems. Questions that can be related to themes such as how can we learn more about excavating rare earth minerals in greener and better ways? Or how can we enhance materials, even invent new ones that can be produced and reused within planetary boundaries? Research infrastructures in different shapes and forms exist within universities, institutes, as well as research environments in industry, and they help enable us find the answers that we both need and want. So today you'll be exploring ways in which we can make the most use of these infrastructures and discuss ways in how we can continue to strengthen our research and innovation system related to them. I'm sure that you will find both new answers, new perspectives, and new questions. But most of all, I hope that you will find and form new relationships, that you will use this summit to strengthen our research and innovation system that we're all part of and can only build together, so that we can also make the most of our strengths, our resources, such as these amazing infrastructures, and therefore make the most of our opportunities moving onward in building a sustainable, secure, and resilient society, and that we will lead the way there through world-leading research, innovation, and collaboration. Again, a warm welcome to the ESS Max 4 Summit 2023.
Okay, thank you, Darja, for this voice from above. So, before we get started, I would like to go to the happiest person today in this audience. Charlie from Max 4, please stand up. Tell us why you are so happy today.
Okay, so we had a visit from the Minister of Education yesterday, and he announced that we were given an additional 40 million for managing the expected deficit in our budget for 2024. And we hope that this will mean that we will remain fully open for users 2024. Before we got that extra contribution, we were actually facing a situation where we feared that we had to shut down. So right now, I am indeed very happy.
You were beaming when you came in today.
Okay, steaming and beaming.
Steaming and beaming. He's steaming and beaming. Wonderful. Okay, we have some other people in the audience. Sara Masur here from the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation. What are your expectations for the day? You have to eat this, Mike, for people to hear.
Okay, I have to eat it. Well, what I hope for is that we can discuss and have a dialogue on how we can collaborate closer around these great infrastructures, research infrastructures that we have in Sweden, and that will lead to a closer collaboration between academia and industry around these infrastructures, because we need that. We need that to meet the challenges that we're facing.
Excellent.
So I'm looking forward.
Excellent. Okay, I'll go to another happy guy, Helmut. You got a slightly higher sum, 1.2 zillion crowns yesterday. You have to eat the mic. Expectations for the day?
We had the money already before. So,
yeah, okay. You know, this is a politician's specialty. They give the money many times.
I know that.
To get many applause.
We call it relabeling in France. Yeah, what do I expect? Like always, I hope that we get something concrete out of this, some very practical ways forward on how to improve, because we had already a meeting last year that was very good, where we started that. We also had an innovation day in Ludwika, just with some of the actors that are here again today. So I think we are on a journey, and I hope that this is another important milestone that brings us to some very concrete collaborations where we also then can demonstrate that what we are talking about is realizable.
Excellent. So the thing here today is that we have people on the stage, but every one of you, all you here in the audience, could of course be a person on the stage. So you're all on the stage. So please feel free to ask questions. I will bump in and out of the audience, be asking you stuff. You'll be working in groups later on. So this is like a totally interactive forum. And we have runners with microphones. Where is the runner? One runner, singular. One runner, Pia. So that, and you all have to speak in the microphone very close. It's like an Italian ice cream. It's right in your mouth for people to be able to get it who are following us at a distance. But now, I would like to welcome up our first guest. LKAB is at the core of the transformation. Per, go and get a good mic here. Exploring three main themes right now. It's the deeper mining through robotics and AI, developing cleaner technologies for, you need a mic? Oh, you already have one? Oh, great. Developing cleaner technologies for excavating rare earth minerals out of trailings and production of the mythical green steel. The European Union is aiming now for a new deal for industries spearheading the green transformation. What will this mean for companies like LKAB? And how do we stand in comparison with the rest of the world? Per Jonsén, welcome. Please have a seat.
Thank you very much.
Yes, give an applause. Okay, Per, before we start, I would like us all to have a look at something that is very new coming out right now. Please.
Vad gör du här redan? Ja, men sa vi till kvällståget?
Surprise. Jag har saknat dig. Hej. Jag tar nog väntar utanför.
Tage Vibenius.
Det är den gamla. David Ajovi. Den nya. Vad händer i gruvan?
Det var ett ras, men det är inga skadade som...
Varför måste du ner till vi rädda människor där?
Ingen känner berget som Frigga.
Håll dig lugn nu. Hur många är kvar där nere?
108 arbetare och 4 från räddningsstyrkan.
Vad är det här för ställe?
Det här är vad som händer med Kiruna om vi inte flyttar stan.
Det måste jag göra. Vi har en stor jävla förkastning rätt under Kiruna. Kiruna kommer rasa.
So, congratulations, Per. You got your own, the highest budget catastrophe film in Sweden.
This is amazing, actually, that we get acknowledged for this. And, you know, we like challenges in LKAB, so why don't take another one? We have all the green transition, we have the deep mining, as you said, we have these rare earth elements, but now also we have Kiruna falling down into the abyss.
But it's interesting, because I see this as a real new interest in what's going on in the north of Sweden. I mean, this is the deeper story of this. It's the highest budget disaster movie ever in Sweden, but it's being done. It's going to lift your brand a lot, isn't it?
Absolutely. We need attention.
Excellent. Which other companies here have had a catastrophe film made about them? Yeah, you see, unique. Okay, Per Jonsén, you went from academia into the corporate side.
Exactly.
Why did you do the transition?
Well, I've been in the academia for many, many years, more than 22 years at LTU, and it was a terrific work. I really liked that one. I like research, but I was always missing the business side and the implementation, because you can do fantastic things in a lab and in the models and so on, but you also have to take it to a business. And this is what I was longing for and what I wanted to do. So and now I can see that to have the background I have, I can be a bridge between academia and also with the industry.
What are your most unexpected learns so far?
Well, to see the business cases you have a good idea, and to go from that to build this business case and make it work. That's something that we don't train so much in academia. So that's the new thing for me, and it's a challenge.
So let's discuss your technical goals right now. We talked at length, you and I, before. Very, very interesting. Going deeper into the mine, developing the rare earth mineral excavations. I think you had a slide, didn't you?
Yes,
what
I think
exactly you are doing. Maybe we should stand up so they see us better.
Okay. Okay, can I use this one?
I think you can.
Yeah, we have. Okay, everyone knows the mining in the north of Sweden. We have Kiruna, we have Malmberget, and we have Svappavaara. These are the main activities we have, mining, and we are an iron ore company. So that's the main business, of course. But we also have a lot of waste from that, approximately 6 million tons of sand that we put on these deposit dams. This is, of course, not good because they're growing every year. But when you look into what we have in those, it's quite interesting because there are a lot of phosphorus that we need for agriculture, but it's also a lot of rare earth elements. So this was an idea. I think it's from LKAB's side, it's 12, 11 years, something like that. And we came up with what should we do with this, because it's like a bank. We have stored it for many, many years in the deposit dams, but still in the activities that we have in the mining, we need to do something about it to reduce the waste. So what we actually are building now is an industrial park here in Luleå to take care of the waste. And we also, to finalize the business case, we have bought a company, or we're actually the majority owner of Retech in Norway, that's actually producing the rare earth metals, so we can sell it to industry. And especially now it's what is in this area is neodymium and praseodymium to make permanent magnets. That's the business case right now. But if you look into what we really have, we have all these 17 rare earth elements. So there's a lot of other applications you can actually do with that, but we're focusing on that right now.
The interest of this have been enormous.
Yes.
With China having a 96% market dominance and controlling the mines, especially in Southern Africa, Southeast, Southwest, Namibia, etc. So what could this mean for the shift in the market if you manage this?
Yeah, maybe to take a look at another slide then. If you look at these graphs, we have a big player out in the world, and that's China. If you look at the processing of rare earth element, they have 91% of the market. And if you look especially at permanent magnets, that is used for electric engines and windmills, generators, they have 94% of the market. This is not the best situation for Europe, I would say. And you look at who's using these permanent magnets, it's Europe, 58%. So we need to do something about this. And with Perrier, the new deposit that we have found up in Kiruna, we can actually support a lot of this part for Europe. So, but also you can look at the flow sheet, the challenge we are standing in for this rare earth element. We have the mining, and instead of flushing out this waste to the deposit dams, we do a flotation step, meaning that we concentrate and take out the mineral called apatite. And then we send it down to Luleå. There we have what we call a hydro process, where we separate the rare earth elements, but also phosphoric acid, so we can do fertilizers, we can do gypsum and also fluorine. So this is, and actually this is growing every day, we can see new products. So I think it's a very good, instead of just putting out on a deposit dam, we can do business of this. It can be greener, it can be better, we can support Europe and still make business of it. So that's more or less the idea we have.
So this would be a typical kind of thing that the EU would like to see at the sort of greener and securer Europe level.
Yeah.
Can companies like yours get the right type of support from the EU in this?
It's not easy always to get that, and I think it's a transition in the whole society and also EU that if we're going to do this change to be fossil free and so on, we need actually to put more money into the change, and also, of course, research is super important in this, but also to implement. And many smaller companies don't have the economical capacity to do that, so of course we need to do it all the way, I think.
Yeah. But if you look at the way the EU programs are structured, you told me you've been in the Horizon 2020 programs. Are they structured in the right way to push new greener technologies? What are your thoughts with that hindsight?
Of course, in some way it is, but
now you're going to tell me what you told me on the phone. Now he's much more polite.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, it actually... It's always, usually it's very large projects. It's like 20, 40 partners and a lot of administration. So you kill the ideas with research, with administration.
The ideas
in many cases, actually.
Is he right? Can I get a hand up? Yeah, Helmut has the highest hand. And all of you have been involved in Horizon 2020 projects. So the ideas get killed by the bureaucratic structure.
Yeah, in some way. I don't know if you can make it more efficient. I think efficiency in this way, yeah. So the researcher can actually do the research and not sit with paperwork.
Yeah. Do you think the EU is going to have also the muscle? This is the Financial Times from yesterday, saying 4 years after it being announced, parts of the EU's Green Deal have been watered down, delayed, backlash. Industry, farmers, companies facing high inflation and increased energy costs following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. What do you think?
I think it's right, actually. That it's
going to be a lot of interest to balance.
Yeah. Exactly, I think so. Yeah.
So facilities like Max 4 and the ESS, how can they support you in this transition?
I think if you look at the green transition, we should be more efficient in what we're doing, not only the work we do to change the society, but also in technology development. And this type of facilities can be really helpful for companies. And I think we haven't taken the step yet for that. Because if you have this resolution that you can get for this type of cyclotrons and neutron refraction, you can actually do better constructions, better material, you can more efficient processes and so on. This can really help to do things better.
Yeah. So between LKAB up here in Luleå and the south of Sweden, it's a long way, both geographically, but also in terms of access to the facilities. I mean, you've been in academia, so you could be an excellent bridge builder. What would you like to see to make this happen? What do you need?
We can start like with a PhD school, industrial PhD school, so we can have the PhD student at the companies, and then we can maybe use the facilities and collaborate with academia. I think that can be a really good start.
Yeah.
And also maybe have more academic persons working together with the companies, maybe closely, we can maybe exchange people, so we can talk to each other in a better sense.
So when it comes to the rare earth minerals, this is what you are seeing, but you are also doing some deep mining. We have seen an earlier vision of what that could mean.
Absolutely. We have to go deeper in Kiruna. We can see that we have a lot of iron ore and minerals going in a really deep phase.
So how deep are you planning?
We're talking about 2,000 meters now, and that's a challenge because we have huge pressures when we go down deep in the mine, and we have to use new technology probably to mine it.
So going deeper is the pressure issue. What other issues? You can't send humans down there.
No, probably you need to have autonomous solutions for that.
Yeah. So what type of technologies do you need? It's robotics, it's AI, it's sensors.
Yeah, exactly.
What else?
Everything you say. No, we need that. We need autonomous vehicles and all the sensoring and also measurement that we can be done without humans, because there's a lot of risks down there.
Of course.
We're looking at those solutions, of course, right now.
Yeah.
But
can you, like a private curiosity question, can you do a deep mining solution without ever sending any human down there?
That's a challenge, I think. In some way, we need to have someone there, at least now, for now, but probably in the future we could do it. I think the technology can make it happen, actually. But it will be some years.
So your third project, the green steel, hybrid.
Yeah.
There you are getting more questions than when it comes to the rare earth mineral. What are the promises of hybrid?
When we look at the steel quality that we get from this type of processing, it's excellent, actually. It's more cleaner and not so much what you call, it's a clean steel. It's it's more or less perfect in the structure.
So it's not just better climate-wise, but it's actually higher quality.
You can also use it then for lightweight construction, for example, use less material. You have better elongation, better strength, and so on in the material. But of course, it's a lot of challenges with it's a new technology, and always when you start with something new, there's a lot of challenges. And now we're changing from coal to hydrogen, and that's of course a challenge. To produce the hydrogen is a huge challenge because these electrolyzers, it's a quite new technology. We need to develop them more so that we get more efficient. So this is also something we look into, and of course, more cheap electricity is something we need.
And more electricity. You need a lot of electricity. And that's been one of the criticisms of this project, that this electricity, enormous amount of electricity going into the green steel production could be used for other green transformation more efficiently elsewhere. What would be your answer to that?
But we need to start somewhere. What is, for looking into steel production, this is a huge challenge for us. We need material, so of course, we need to see where can we use it mostly, but also how can we change this old process that is quite bad for the environment. We need to start somewhere, and of course, there's a huge debate around that. But we can, at least we can show that the technology is working.
So you are getting a higher quality steel with, of course, reduced CO2 emission. Is there a market for this steel? I guess it will have a higher price.
Yeah, of course it will have a higher price, but if you can maybe
roughly
use...
how much more expensive will it be? Do you know that?
It's very difficult to say. I wouldn't say it right now, actually.
So it'll be like a premium.
Yeah, of course steel. It is. But also, if you have a better quality, maybe you can use less steel. than you do today. Maybe you can have thinner steel and make a smart construction.
Yeah. So, but how do you see the market for this higher quality steel?
Well, but the car industry is quite interested, I would say. They really want to have a green vehicle. So,
it's going to be part of that transformation.
Yes.
Okay, I think LKAB, you are in for a ride. Very
like
much
that.
so. Yeah, you like
We like
that.
challenges.
Yeah, and at the same time, you have to look after your core business of what you are doing right now. So how do you prioritize at the company right now? Because you are doing a lot of very difficult things. How do you prioritize?
Oh, it's a challenge, of course, and we need collaboration in that. So we see where we do have the most gain of what we put in. The economical things is very important here, and also to see that technology is working with it. We see that we always evaluate, is this the right way for the technology? So it's not easy, but we need to go through every part of the processes and all the projects that we go into and select carefully.
And you are also, I guess, annoying or irritating the giant in the East with this. So how are you noticing that?
It's a lot of security things, of course, right now. Well, we're not used to that. Maybe
like bodyguards?
No, not yet.
Yeah.
maybe in 10 years. No, not that. But of course, we have to be careful, and we have been quite an open company before. But we need to start thinking about how to deal with security around digital security and
A lot of companies who have been working in China in developing technologies have come to the same conclusion that they have to be very careful as technology developed with Chinese researchers sort of tends to seep into the Chinese state. How are you seeing Chinese workers coming here working with the rare earth mineral technologies?
Yeah, there has been quite many working with, but of course the latest.
They want to come to Luleå.
Yeah, they're really interested
the
in
climate.
that.
Very big interest from Chinese workers.
Of course it is. Yeah.
And how do you interpret that?
Yeah, but that's a challenge to see. We are really careful who we employ, of course, in this area, especially this area, because there's a lot of development time to create this flow sheet for each individual rare earth element that we're producing, and also depending on what type of mineral composition you have, you need to have some kind, different kind of recipes. So.
I'm a columnist in the Swedish Pink paper, and whenever we are learning that whenever we write about China, we get some very interesting emails from deep China, from people like Carl Wang in Huangxi, like very aggressive. Have you started getting these emails yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Maybe they're in the trash box.
It's going to be part of the process, yeah. So if you want, you've got Charlie here and Helmut from the two facilities. If you want them to bring or learn something from you and understand, what would that be if you have a final message?
I think maybe we should work more with the collaboration with the companies to get it working. Maybe that can be the next step to really do the implementation for the future. I think that would be really good for many companies and also for the society.
And because academia has to be part of this too, so which universities do you see being mature and ready to be part of this triangle, corporate, academic, big science facilities? Do you see all the technical universities?
Yeah, more or less. I think they should be there, and I think it's good for the country and it's good for Europe, and that as many as possible can join that. Yeah.
And your final question, your predictions for the Green Deal for Europe. Do you think the EU will be able to set up programs that have learned lessons from the Horizon 2020, enormous bureaucracies, an enormous amount of meetings and intercommunication?
I don't know if I should answer that, but no, I hope they can change, because it's not the way of paperwork that a researcher have today is not good, I think. So I really, really hope they can set a better deal.
Okay, Per, thank you very much for coming up on the stage.
Thank you, Maria. Okay.
So that was Per Jonsén, and he didn't even get a title. Sorry, Per, he's a CTO at LKAB. Yeah. So the next panel, I would like to have Mikael Nordlander from Vattenfall, Jesper Hedin and Glenn Bark up on the stage, mic'd and ready. Are you coming with me? So let's hear more from the companies in northern Sweden that are right now at the cutting edge by developing green steel, developing new energy and transportation solutions, and creating battery factories. What do they need from universities and big science to stay at the cutting edge? Welcome up, all of you. Yeah. Vattenfall. When I talk to you, Mikael, you are the director of industry decarbonization. And when I talked to Mikael before this, you were standing in Älvkarleby. How many have been there? I went there with my physics class. I mean, it was absolutely magnificent.
The rest of you should come there.
The rest of you should come because it is such a powerful hydroelectric plant area. I mean, it's the whole thing.
Used to supply entire Stockholm.
Entire Stockholm with energy. Built in 1915 and still working. So sitting in this very traditional, at the core heartland of Swedish industrial development, you are now part of this green revolution. How is that working for you?
Well, it is a shift in the company. We had a commercial in the 90s saying something about 2 holes in the wall. That was kind of our worldview a bit. And before that, we even called customers load points.
A load point, well, I love it.
If you translate it to Swedish, it gets even worse. But, I mean, what is happening now is, if you look at the power sector, we know pretty much what to do. And Sweden has a very beneficial situation now that we have a fossil-free electricity system already, also with a surplus. You can't believe that when you hear the debate sometimes, but we actually export about 20% of our electricity today. Now, what next? Well, we heard about LKAB and the electrification needed there, and we do that because fossil-free electricity is the main tool to replace fossil fuels, which still is about 80% of the global consumption of energy. So when we talk about that we need to double the electricity consumption in Sweden, put that into perspective that the world on average needs to quadruple or even up to 5 times increase the amount of fossil-free electricity, or electricity at all, and all should be fossil-free. So we have a very excellent starting point. So it's no coincidence that I think this revolution of the industry processes transformation, that it happens here, because we have the 3 essential parts that it needed. We have the energy, we have the raw materials, and we have the skills and capabilities to refine those into valuable things.
But do we have the energy? I mean, that is the question. Vattenfall, we heard today in the news, has just bought new land around Ringhals, the nuclear power plants, for the new small modular reactors being planned. I mean, we do need more energy, don't we?
Yes, we do. And we have about the best situations in the world to get to that. It essentially boils down to 3 things. Land-based wind power, sea-based wind power, and nuclear. Either of those individually could actually lead to a doubling of the Swedish capacity. We have the space, we have the resources. So it's more a matter of how we combine those into achieving 300 terawatt hours in Sweden.
A small comment on the small modular reactor. What's happening there? Because it's interesting, it's new technology.
We're conducting a feasibility study right now. Started, I think, last summer or even before that. The results are going to be presented around the turn of the year. We are exploring small modular reactors as a way to basically minimize investment risks.
How big are the small reactors?
They could be up to 300-400 megawatts each. So not really pocket size, but still significantly smaller than conventional large-scale reactors, which are a massive undertaking in terms of investment.
So developing these technologies, the nuclear technologies, will that require research in Sweden, or will we acquire technology from elsewhere?
SMRs is a very broad range of technologies. I mean, it spans from basically old submarines that you take up on land, so really established technology. But it also, I mean, small and modular could be anything from established boiling water reactor technology into fancy fourth generation technology. So it also holds a promise, of course, of improving that type of reactors. But in all of this, getting the electricity out there and getting the transformation of the industry, we're also in a fight against time. So we need to both have an eye on the technologies that are up and coming and foster the development, work in close cooperation with academia and research to get the best technology on a 2045, 2050 perspective, as well as run as fast as we can already today. And just to kill that mythical thing about the fossil-free steel, it actually exists. We produced 5,000 tons here.
Oh, is this fossil-free? Let us send it around. Can we do that?
If I get it back, because that
Can
has
we
a
have
small
it
number on it.
sent round, touch it, feel it,
And I will be
smell
killed
it.
by SSAB if I don't get it back.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Glenn Bark, you are the director of Lumia at Luleå University of Technology, studying configuration of various metals within the crust of the Earth. What did you think about the deep mining of LKAB?
I think maybe it's a bit over-exaggerated, but I think that Per made an easy exit on that.
What was exaggerated, Per or the film?
The reality behind the film, I would say.
The reality behind the film, okay. But it is a sign of interest, isn't it? Yeah. So what are you saying about, I mean, you are right at the core of the technologies now that could be used within these facilities. What do you see is needed to be done to speed up the process by which we investigate matter?
I think, and I also noticed that my one slide popped up here. So I want to address the issue of maybe then access to these facilities and access to Max 4 in different ways. And I want to do this in presenting a science project that we had a few years back. But I will reveal nothing of the findings from the project, but instead I will talk what happened behind the scenes, so to speak. So sort of a presentation that you typically never do in this case. So it was communicated this was in 2018, early 2018, from Max 4 that they wanted industry users. And they wanted new users, new scientists that have never done this type of synchrotron analysis before. So, and it sounded great for us. So we hooked up with a company starting to discuss what we could do with this. And Vinnova then, from Max 4, had a call for proposals on these one-year pilot projects, where you were supposed to do something at a synchrotron somewhere. So we applied for that, and we got the project, sort of, great. And then everything went black. But then we got the project.
Can we get the slide back, please, from the slide master? Okay.
We got the project, and then soon after we got this, we realized that with this project, we were not granted any beam time anywhere, and we have 1 year to do this. So what we did was to start writing proposals to Max 4. But since the people in the project, we had no experience from synchrotron analysis. We are, at least, okay, I'm biased, but I will say that we are total experts in the type of samples that we have, or geological samples. We know the technique that we wanted to use, in this case, X-ray fluorescence, that we intended to use at Max 4. We know this, we just haven't done it at a synchrotron. So we applied, we got rejected. We figured, yeah, okay, we will improve, like we always do in science, we will improve the proposal and apply again, and we got rejected. And we applied to Petra 3, and we got rejected. And then this was a 1-year project, and sort of time was running up. a little bit.
So you have an academic partner, you, Glenn, at Luleå University of Technology. You have Boliden,
yes,
which is your corporate partner. And you are applying to do what you estimate to be a qualified study with Max 4, and you got a no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can...
And you are upset about this, and you talked to me on the phone. He was very upset on the phone.
I'm polite.
You're polite, but you were very upset on the phone because this is then an example of when it didn't work out well, the process. So I think we have to, Charlie, I'm sorry, you were the happiest guy in the room, but you're going to get, this is a shit question, but why didn't it work out? Please stand up.
I was hoping to address it in my concluding remarks, actually, but I think you describe very accurately exactly what happens when you have a peer-reviewed process and it's not set up to manage this type of proposals. How do we solve that? I don't have a good answer to that here and now. I think the first problem is that we have one-year pilots from Vinnova. They appear as delta functions, and there is, I hope I don't offend anyone, but they don't have a long-term perspective. Anyone that had talked to us about the possibilities to ensure success within 1 year of a project would have said, this is probably not a very good idea. You should have a much longer perspective. And if it is successful, you should also have a perspective on how you manage the outcome of this project. Because you're not very happy, even if you had the beam time, and you now say, well, where do we go from here within a 1 year project? How would you, without additional support, how would you carry it on? I don't know.
I just need to say that
but don't you get angry when you hear this? From the gut?
No.
You don't get angry. You don't get angry. Okay.
Finally, we got beam time, and we did some first-in-the-world stuff at Max 4. When we were just let in the door, then we can do all sorts of fancy things. It's just getting inside the door. Then everything works fine.
Yeah. So
this was a proprietary time slot that we got.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So in that case, you instead bought the beam time, and then you got direct access. Why am I not angry? I mean, why should I be angry? We just need to solve the problems. I think that's it. It doesn't help for me to be angry, right?
Okay, okay. Anyone else have comments about this? Because this was, of course, not individual people's mistake, but about incentives and the way application committees are set up. Maybe Jesper, do you have...
No, let the experts talk.
Yeah. Helmut, you are defending your friend now in Lund.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a well-known problem, right? That it's not limited to MOX 4. And we had discussed before about EU project. And if you set up something, you can include the cost of the beam time into the project right from the start. So there is a lot of ways that have been explored and discussed how to do that. The problem is that we finally don't do it. So if you have a project from Vinnova, and Vinnova would include in that 10 days of proprietary beam time at Max 4 or at ESS, then they do the selection.
So it's all Vinnova's fault? Is Vinnova here? Yeah, we have... No, but we're not looking for scapegoats. We're trying to fix the problem, but then we have to understand the problem. Pia, kan du vara... Vi har frågor där bak. Please stand up and speak.
It's on. Okay, fantastic. Björkun Hjörvarsson, Uppsala University. I would like to praise the Research Council in this context. They identified the need for actually building up competence and then providing also access to infrastructures to be ready when ESS is up and running. So they funded, for example, the Super Adam project, which was an outreaching activity, and a beamline, which meant that we had a fantastic possibility of actually doing what was identified as shortcoming here. So the Research Council has actually been doing this. Let's do more of that.
Excellent. Do we have some other concrete input here? Please speak in your mouth.
Yeah, so Alexander Matic from Chalmers, and I would never thought that I would defend Vinnova, but I think it's appropriate. This was 2018, and I think there are several examples where the pilot projects have been used to actually buy beam time included in the budget, and you can do that. So several companies have actually used that way. Also, the pilot projects now are longer. There is lots to say about pilot projects, but I still think that a lot has happened since 2018.
Okay, so we are learning. I think this is a very interesting issue, and we need to explore it. Do we have any more comments right now? We had one more.
I just have one comment, Martin Stankowski links, and it's that we keep talking about these things as if it's the beam time that is the large cost, and it's not. It's the analysis. Beam time at Max 4 costs like moderately expensive lawyers for industry. So that's not really the big thing, right?
Okay, Jesper,
yes,
you
I would
are...
like to have a comment on that, exactly, because
I would like to introduce you.
Before my time as a
Can I just say who you are?
Yes, please do.
Poor man I'm sorry, we got into this too early for my planning, but it was so hot. Jesper Hedin, you are the Director of Skill Supply at Svemin, Swedish Association of Mines, part of the Confederation of Swedish Enterprises.
Yes,
welcome.
Thank you. And that's a very good point. And I think sometimes our companies, I'm sorry, LKAB, but sometimes you're a little bit cheap when it comes to research and more focused on markets. And
so it's now the company's fault. So it was Vinnova's fault.
The thing is that what I wanted to say is that you also need to know how you can use the facilities, for example, so you can prioritize it. And I would say normally the Swedish industry is very good and focusing very much on research and very large sums also. But still there are rather small, most of them. I mean, the mining industry, for example, 10,000 people in Sweden. So not so many of them are researchers compared to, for example, AstraZeneca. Only the site in Gothenburg, I think, is 20,000 or something. So only that size is much larger than the whole mining industry in Sweden. So you also need to have the knowledge and the skills and be able to prioritize, for example, and also work with the beam sites.
Yeah. But Glenn, we will go back to you now. We have had a very floating sense of responsibilities here in the room, and I guess that reflects reality. But from your point of view, what would you have liked to have seen to not get a no, maybe a no the first time, that was fair, but then come back with a revised proposal and get a yes? Mm-hmm. What type of structures should be in place for you to get that yes?
I mean, in this case, then Max 4.
Can you tell us exactly what you wanted to study, so we know what was the
we were looking at. There's a lot about rare earth elements, critical metals in ore samples. We wanted to look at that in extremely high magnification, so to speak, at Max 4. So we know the samples very well from back home, from LTU and the stuff there. So we wanted to take it from the micron scale to the nano scale, basically, and they are using the synchrotron. But we would have maybe wanted that we were judged, our proposal were judged due to that we have, it was a whole industry sector basically. Mining industry were not represented at Max 4. So we had Boliden, one of the bigger players, with us, sort of knocking on the door, but getting no 2 times in a row. And then we sort of paid our way in and did some fancy stuff.
Jesper, you said the companies need to understand how the facilities work. What if it is, I'm just investigating this now, 180 degrees, the facilities need to understand how companies work? Mm. How would that perspective change everything?
Well, as I said, the research parts of these companies are actually rather small, I would say, compared to other industries or other parts of the world also.
What do you mean, the R&D quota of the total turnover? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think
specifically
about numbers of people.
A number of people involved in the research departments at the companies that you represent. They are too small?
They're not too small, because I mean, the companies and so are actually small compared to the competitors out in the world, and also compared to other industry sectors, such as the pharmaceutical industry, for example.
But pharmaceutical industries have always had a higher R&D than other interests. So is that comparison fair?
The comparison is fair with regards to the knowledge about these facilities. That is what I'm talking about, the understanding and the knowledge. Because you have to understand what it is and how to use it to be able to use it.
Okay.
And we have this, for example, the research institutes, or RISE as it's called now, that has also one of those aims to help also the Swedish industry and the companies to be better using those facilities.
Okay, okay. Mikael, what are you thinking from Vattenfall perspective when you're hearing Glenn's tragic first part of the journey was successful at last?
Well, I mean, I can acknowledge there is a certain distance, and relating also to Jesper's comment about the low ratio of R&D money in these kind of companies. I mean, we're there ourselves. I think we spend about less than a percentage point or so in R&D.
How is that compared to your competitors?
We're still quite good in that, actually. But there is a reason for it, and you said it in the beginning. You saw our fancy power plant from 1915. I mean, our assets live a very long time. So we don't rebuild every year. I mean, a pharmaceutical company is dead after a couple of years if they don't have new products upcoming. I mean, what is happening now is sort of a change when we're reconnecting old value chains, stop putting fossil fuels into industrial processes, replacing those with electricity and hydrogen instead, and then we have this jigsaw puzzle of new building blocks forming new value chains. To some extent building on existing technologies, but immature technologies that needs to improve. So I see this as an intermediate step in between, and that's maybe where we have a gap, that the need that comes from us when we're now, together with LKB and SSAB, building these new value chains, we will rely on suppliers that maybe is a bit anxious still if hydrogen, for example, is going to be a big thing. Is hydrogen storage going to be a big thing? Yeah, we're convinced. We're operating one right now here in Luleå. But the materials in such a thing, the materials development related to electrolysis, for example, that's not us. It's not Vattenfall. It's not SSAB, LKB who's going to drive that, who's going to knock on the door on ESS and Max 4. But it's rather the electrolyzer vendors that soon, in that case, would be coming knocking at the door. And the point is that when this link from ESS Max 4 to the ones who will be primary there, and in the next step delivering to us who will own the equipment, when that chain is breaking, then I understand that there is a gap in between and misunderstandings and so on. I must admit that what I did a couple of days ago before coming here was to go into the ESS Max 4 website and read this section about the ESS Max 4 for dummies. I mean, that tells something. And we've been working for 6 years with the development of this new industrial process here.
When it comes to these developments of new technologies, new materials, how do you see from a company perspective, and also Jesper, what is the market willingness to pay extra for cleaner, greener solutions? We heard here in the Financial Times about the energy prices going up, the war in Europe pushing, we have the problems with inflation. I mean, the situation is very difficult for everyday households in most European countries right now. The mortgage is going up. So how is this going to be paid for?
I'm very optimistic in that respect. I mean, if you look at these basic industrial value chains that cause most of the emissions, I mean, steel, cement, plastics, they contribute to 20% of the global emissions today. But if you look at it, what is it really? It's honestly, and I always apologize to SSAB before saying this, steel is a quite cheap material. In the supermarket, it has about half the cost of potatoes, if you compare it. So when we're talking about a price increase of the production process, and going back to the feasibility study we did in Hybrid 2017, we concluded with the market conditions then that we would see something like a 30% cost increase on the steel. Now, what does that mean on something that has the value of half of the value of potatoes? Well, it means maybe between 150 to 200 euros per ton. If you take that ton of steel and turn it into a car that has a 50,000 euro price tag at the car dealer, then 150 euros drown between your choices of fancy stereo equipment and USB sockets and all of that. So I mean, it is in this step of the value chain, it is a cost increase, yes, but at the consumer level, when you don't buy steel, you buy a product containing steel.
Mostly electronics, the car, Chinese electronics.
Yeah, and the point is that you have really, and this is what we're really good at in Sweden, when you increase the refining value of your raw materials, you can easily absorb that cost. I mean, there can be calculations made that solving the entire industry and have transports would need less than 2% GDP investment globally.
Yeah, I see
but the climate damages will be 10 times that.
Very interesting. Jesper, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, because when you show that piece of steel, everyone was like, wow, we want to see it, because it's so rare still. And it's impossible to get a hand on that. I mean, I was in yeah, it's on. I was at SSAB yesterday, actually, down in Oxelösund, and they are doing that. And then I think they said that everything is pre-sold to 2026. So it's very hard to get actually a hold on that if you're not Triva or Volvo. And when I am telling the story about the Swedish industry, I always say that we're not making the most steel in the world. We're making a very, very, very few, not even a percentage, I think, of the world market of steel. But we're making the best steel. And the best steel is what we can charge for. And so we're not making the cheapest steel either, we're making the best steel. And that is our USP. And so I think that won't be a problem. And also, we've been making steel in Sweden for 1,000 years. And everyone can make steel today, if you just get the iron. But what everyone can't make is the special steels. And that's why it's so important to have the high competences and skills still in Sweden. So we invest in that. We have this, for example, the impact of innovations. We have the Swedish mining innovation before, and we have this research facility, so we still can put our competence in the steel production and keep it still in Sweden, because the competition is high. And the Chinese are also making fossil-free steel, but not in the same quality, we can hope.
When you said the quality was higher, in what sense? What parameters are better? Did everyone get a chance to touch it?
Oh, I think it just turned here.
No, why did it only go here? It's interesting. This is a revolution. We need some... Why? Tell us, why is it better?
Well, you get... It is a very, very well-defined process. We have hydrogen coming in with very high purity, meeting this excellent quality iron ore from LKAB. Under very controlled parameters, and that's exactly what we're exploring now in the pilot plant here in Luleå. What happens if you change the pressure a bit, if you change the temperature a bit, if you have a certain gas composition? We know a lot about this now, and we know how it links to the product properties when it comes out, both chemically but also physically.
It's going out on Instagram now. They are taking
pictures
there.
It's already been there.
Yeah.
But I fully agree with Jesper to not link this to our great skills and high capabilities we have in Sweden of producing the best steel. I heard someone even calling SSAB a boutique manufacturer from a global perspective. That is clearly a missed opportunity if we don't maintain that.
Yeah.
And going back to the argument about shouldn't we just export the electricity instead, I usually answer, yes, we can do that, but can we please embed the electricity in a Volvo first?
Good argument. Per Jonsén, you are sitting there. What about market demands and market willingness to pay for extra premium, the green premium? I'm thinking of organic food when it came. There was a premium. There was a certain type of clients who were willing to pay that. What type of clients are interested in the green plus of a product?
Well, of course, car manufacturers, they want to have the green steel, and you know, we have very excellent quality of the pellets that we deliver already, and together with this new technology we can get it even better. And regarding the properties, as I said on stage, the mechanical properties are actually excellent, what we can see from this type of steel, and of course there will be a premium for that. I cannot tell you exactly how much, but we know there's a huge interest.
So the premium is for the mechanical qualities of the steel rather than the green aspect, or is it a combination?
Probably a combination. I think the green aspect is very high.
Any other comments on this, the consumer's willingness to be, because they are going to be important in this transformation. Any other from a company, any company here who has any ideas on this, or is it just we hope the market is interested?
There is one aspect that we haven't touched upon, and it is what is the business as usual. I mean, when we did this calculation in 2017, the emission trading system stood at 7 euros per ton of CO2, which is not even close to internalizing the external costs of the existing industry. Now we are close to 100. If that proceeds, it means that the business as usual will not be flat. It will mean an increasing cost because you're more expected in the future to pay for your pollutions. From the early 30s, the free allocation of these emission rights will disappear, which means that we're not competing with the green steel against the business as usual today. Sitting on fossil assets in the future will be toxic.
Yeah. So the dynamic aspect and the CO2 emission cost, very good point. Did you have a question? Someone had a question?
We have a question through Menti, yes.
Menti coming up.
Do you use AI to optimize the steel?
I am from an energy company.
You're from an energy. He's from the two plugs in the wall, so he can't answer that. Sorry, Michael, I had to.
Just a comment to your
question. Are we using AI to produce the steel? Does anyone know?
We were using big data.
Big data.
And machine learning.
But we will use much more in the future. That's everywhere. But a comment.
Can you please, Per, say your name?
Per Weihed, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Luleå University. And you asked Maria regarding the premium on fossil-free steel. And I guess we don't have the competitors to hybrid here, H2 green steel. But they are building their plant here in Boden as well, and they are quite honest with that. They can take a premium on their production, and they've already sold that production. So the answer is yes. We are ready to pay extra price, and as me told, I mean, in the consumer, for the consumer in a car, for instance, it's not a big deal. It's perhaps 1,000-2,000 Swedish kronor for a car.
Yeah.
So that's yes on that.
Yeah, because when we talk about the funding for developing new technology, we tend to forget the customers, which of course make it ultimately very sustainable, the whole.
And this is also a function of time. I mean, as we will learn building these new value chains more efficiently and the external cost will be internalized on the existing technology, the price will cross. So this will be a temporary question, I'm convinced.
I would like to go back to Glenn, because I don't think we've solved your issue yet. So my question to you, Glenn, would it be wise to have two types of application processes with the facilities? One that is geared at revolutionary science and one geared very much at hardcore industrial needs. Would that be fruitful?
That would be one way of maybe then solving it.
Yeah.
To have two streams, when it comes to the proposal, to have two streams, sort of. If it's an industry project or if it's a project that should be ranked on its scientific merit.
Yeah. What would be the negative side of that? Or what would be the...
I think that's a question for Max 4 to answer, the process that they have internally.
Yeah. But your experiences, have they discouraged you from any further work with Max 4 or potentially ESS?
No. I mean, as I said, once we were inside the door, Max 4 is a totally fascinating facility.
Yeah.
We can do all sorts of fun stuff there. And everything worked super, I would say, once we were there.
Yeah.
And I know that, I mean, Mikael and I, we are both in another project now, the Prismas project, which is a Max 4 EU project, where we are part of from LTU and from Vattenfall and others as well. So we are collaborating. Yeah.
Right.
This was an example from way back when. So to speak.
But it's good because you had a bit of anger. I think it was therapeutic for you also to
get it out of the system.
Get it out of the system. You are involved in the rare earth mineral.
To some degree, I sort of tend to flow. Everything that is in trace element concentrations is of interest for me scientifically. Is of interest
for you scientifically. So what are your thoughts on, because we have China, which has taken the world market with a 90% plus dominance, and with cleaner technologies are going through the trailings of getting these minerals. I can never say their names, they're just very, very long names of minerals. That will, of course, cost more. Do you think, I mean, will we want to pay more for electronics with cleanly excavated rare earth minerals? How do you see that?
Perhaps it will be, let's say, a green sort of labeling on products, and that we later on or in future tend to go for these things instead of the cheaper stuff that maybe. Yeah. But this is something that I'm totally confident that LKAB has thought a lot about.
Yeah.
What if China sort of lowers the prices? What happens with our processes of production then?
And also in the international organs that deal with putting these labels, China always has a big voice. So would they want some products we call dirty and some clean? Maybe not. You know, it's not in their interest. So what can we do in terms of, you work in academia, what can we do in terms of communication with everyday people about what we are doing to make it more valuable to people, to make it dearer for them?
We've worked for a number of years with different projects when it comes to tracing the metal from the mine to the product, basically, which I would say technically or scientifically is really difficult, but there has been blockchains, which is sort of totally out. This is not my field at all. But there are ways then of, or at least we're working on finding ways to trace the metal back to the mine, and then in a sense of, let's call it green labeling for this. And that might be one way, and then communicate this tracing that the clock that you're buying now actually comes from this country or this mine or whatever. But technically it's difficult.
That is a very good point. So just a few final words on skills. Jesper, do we have the skills needed for this transformation? And also, what are the differences between the bigger and the smaller companies?
Talking about the transformation, there are so many different levels and aspects of that transformation. Just down in the mine, a much more automatic process and self-driving vehicles, and the big introduction of these electronic vehicles, rather than diesel-powered plants. And so we have to have a system where we take care of all the people that's also working in this industry. So not only experts, scientists, but also the blue collars. So we have to increase the competence of all people when we're doing this transition, so everyone can take part of it. And also so the companies are even more efficient, I would say. Talking about AI and and the big data, and of course we need more people knowing about that. And we see a big lack of STEM competences in Sweden all over. I mean, I talked to Perry before here.
But you have the STEM community here, so this is like the priest complaining about the people going to church, to the people in the church. I mean, these are the STEM people.
Oh, yeah, and that's the problem.
That's the problem. There are too few.
Yeah, there are too few.
Yeah.
But I'm very happy with the new budget, for example, that it has actually been prioritizing the STEM community or the STEM knowledges. And we are starting to talk about STEM in a good way, that, okay, we need to prioritize STEM because we need them in all these transitions. And you should all be much more talking about STEM rather than other stuff now. But we all need to help the politicians, I say, prioritize the STEM knowledges and not just say everything is important.
And how is that going to work when so few politicians have a STEM background?
Well, that's of course it's hard, but the Mats Persson, he actually talks about STEM in that way. Yeah. And he has to make some tough decisions in that direction at least.
Excellent. Any final comments from Glenn or Mikael?
No, I'm fine. I will talk to Charlie and Max for
Charlie.
And apologize.
We have a question here. Come, please. Säg namnet och upp i.
Yes, I'm Erik Nyberg from Luleå University of Technology, and I just want to say regarding STEM that we have 4 people here from Tekniksprånget, young people who I'm supervising.
Where are they?
Tatsuya, Kana, and Albert. So please, maybe if you rise up just quickly, you can please speak to them at your tables, because this week they are also communicating what we are doing in the university, and especially in the Department of Engineering, TVM, Teknikvetenskap och Matematik. So please talk to them.
Wonderful. Thank you for bringing that up. I want to wish the 4 of you extra welcome then, of course. So it is time for 15 minutes coffee break. We convene here again at 10:45. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Så. Jag ska be att få, I'd like to welcome you all back. Bring your coffee and your cheese sandwiches if you wish to. Thank you, Per. Welcome. Welcome back to your seats, ladies and gentlemen. So, to create new technologies and an entrepreneurial culture around those, funding and knowledge is needed, or as the Americans call it, time, treasure, and talent. Time is of the essence here, so what about treasure and talent? What type of funding will be needed to create the necessary breakthroughs, and what skills are needed? Sara Maser, welcome up, Vice Executive Director of the Knut and Alice Wallenberg Foundation, and Victoria Van Camp, welcome up. Victoria is Adjunct Professor of Machine Elements at the Luleå University of Technology, and she is the former CTO of SKF. Welcome up. So we have talked about the phase shift that we are at. What do you think we can learn from earlier phase shifts that Sweden has been into? When we talked on the phone, Victoria, you talked about Malmbanan.
Yes, Malmbanan, which is very dear to people up here, was truly a phase shift.
You know what Malmbanan is, Helmut? Can you explain to Helmut?
Transporting iron ore from the mines up in Kiruna to the harbor in Narvik, or down to the steel mills in Luleå and further on. So it's really the blood vessel that keeps this moving, yes. So this didn't, of course, exist when the first findings of iron ore were there. And also we didn't really have electricity at that time. And what actually happened was that you had industry, energy companies, mining, maybe not so much academia at the time, but there was some going together also with government to build the infrastructure needed. And that was the hydropower, but also the transport, the Malmbanan, the railroad that goes up here. And this to me was a really foresighted, they saw people there that there is an industrial revolution. We will need the iron ore out of here, and we need to get it out. So without that, no industrial revolution. Therefore, we have to do this. And the sense of urgency that they had at the time was actually, I think, we always think, yeah, things were much slower in the old days. No, they were not. They had more muscle power, but more people, and they had a sense of urgency. If we don't do this, we're going to be a farmland forever. Mm-hmm. So I think we can learn from this. And actually, with what we saw with Hybrid, Vattenfall, LKAB, SSAB, that is an attempt to do the same, going together to form something new. Because one in the value chain can't do it.
Can't do it. So the value of collaborating together.
Yes.
Sara Maser, time, treasure, and talent. When we talked on the phone earlier, you talked about the big puzzle, and you wanted to show an example how this can be constructed.
Yes. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. But first, I would like to reflect back on the questions you asked when you presented the panel. So, can we attract talent? Can we build talent? For sure, yes, we can, and that is exactly what we're trying to do from the Wallenberg Foundations. So, and also touching back on the question to Jesper, do we have the competence that we need? I would say not yet. Can we build it? Yes, and that is what we're working on. So Knut and Nils Wallenberg Foundation is the largest private funder of research and education in Sweden. So every year we fund research with 2.5 billion Swedish crowns, and it all goes to Swedish universities. Around half of it goes to individual research grants, and around half of it goes to our strategic programs. And those programs are specifically chosen or started in areas where we think it is super important for Sweden to build competence, talent, new technology in order for Sweden to be successful long term. So we started 2009 with Wallenberg Wood Science Center, and that also resulted in a beamline at Max 4, the 4MAX beamline. Then the next step was, or some steps later, a very huge program, the WASP program, Wallenberg AI Autonomous Systems and Software, was started in 2015 and now has a budget of over 6 billion. And then last year we started a new initiative in material science, the Wallenberg Initiative Material Science for Sustainability, WISE. So why did we pick this area? Well, it's pretty obvious. We are facing huge challenges when it comes to sustainability, the green transition. And why did we choose material science? Because, first of all, material science, or the production of materials, put a lot of strain on the planet. As you know, 25% of the emission of greenhouse gases is still related to the production of materials. It will get better with the green initiatives that we have, but also because we think that solution to many of the challenges that we are facing also lies within the area of material science and new materials. In all of these programs, it is super important for us to collaborate with industry and with the Swedish society. So they are mainly funded by us. They are executed at Swedish universities, but it is done in collaboration with Swedish companies. So if we take a look at the WISE program, and I think I have my slide up here, it's also a very large program. It's 3 billion Swedish crowns. It was started in 2022, so we're still in the starting phase. But what we are going to do is that we will recruit 28 new professors to Sweden. And each one of those, it's not only a professor, it also comes with a package with a number of postdocs, 2 postdocs and 2 PhD students. We are currently around half of those. We have already recruited to Sweden, so they are starting now. We are financing PhD students, 186, it's 120. No, it is 186 PhD students. 30 of those should be industrial PhD students, someone who is employed in industry but spends at least 80% of the time studying for a PhD. Similar, 186 postdocs, same setup there. At least 30 of those should be industrial postdocs. We have just concluded the first round of recruitments for both PhD students and postdocs. So we have around 65 of each kind starting right now, 65 PhD students, 65 postdocs, and 14 industrial PhD students and 14 industrial postdocs. We are also supporting research arenas, and we have Magnus here, who is running that in the WISE program. And the research arenas are something that we have borrowed from the WASP program. It works in the way that industry and academia together find an area that is of great importance to do research on, and then they start the research arena together. And industry contributes with equipment, with people, with systems, with technology, with platforms, and opens up for the academic research on that platform. So that is something that we're starting up now. We are supporting technology platforms in the program, and altogether, it's 650 million Swedish crowns to technology platforms, and 100 of those are dedicated to Max 4 for support of the program with the research infrastructure in Max 4. And if we look back on the WASP example, once again, AI Autonomous Systems and Software, that was started in 2015, we know that this actually works. Today, we have over 9 companies that are partners in the WASP program. We have a huge graduate school with 400 PhD students. 100 of those are industrial PhD students. We have 100 PhDs that have graduated, and we just checked where are they today, because the ambition is, of course, that all of them should be in Sweden. 65 of them are working in Swedish industry. 30 of them are working at Swedish universities or are doing a postdoc, and 5 have left the country. So it works, but it takes a little bit time. The VAS program today graduates 1 PhD per week. And in a few years' time, we will be there also with the material science area.
So when you want to talk about the WISE program, why do you think this is a relevant example of the interplay here?
Because I think that we need to work much closer together between academia and industry. What we see now is that even though maybe we were not slower before, but still the TRL scale becomes compressed in time. So the time from something that is fundamental research until it will be deployed in industry is much shorter. This means that we don't have the time to do the research first, then transfer the people, then deploy the technology in industry. Then we will be lost. We will be bypassed. We have to be much quicker. And it means that industry has to stretch forward to meet up with academia, and academia has to stretch also to meet with industry. And that is why the graduate school with a mix of academic PhD students and industrial PhD students is a great idea, because when they graduate, they also know each other. So it's like an entire network or community of people that have a PhD in relevant areas, and they know each other, and many of them will be working in industry, many in academia, but that we think can also enable academia and industry to come closer together.
Victoria, when you are looking at this interesting big puzzle and these wise thoughts, but it's still hard when you have many collaborators, who is going to take the lead? Who is responsible for what? Because collaboration can be fantastic, but it can also be just a big fluid porridge of meetings.
Or a sequential, like we saw in Glenn's picture, where things go in sequence and don't really move, and nobody in the chain understands why.
Yeah, it's the only perpetuum mobile we know of. It's self-going machine without any input, really. Okay, so how do we create collaborations where people actually become stakeholders and drive things forward?
I'm a big believer in setting a lighthouse or a goal, even for basic research. And let me explain with an example, actually from Chalmers. I'm on the board of the Chalmers Foundation as well, where one of the key areas we're working on is weightless batteries. Batteries made out of carbon fiber. So you could use, this table could be a battery and a table, or we could build parts for a car. Now, if I'm building batteries for a car, or if I'm making carbon fiber into furniture, if either of those are my end goal, I will have very different problems to solve in basic research. So it's important to pick your lighthouse. You can always change later, but to pick a lighthouse, what is the customer or the customer's customers or the future imagined customer wanting? Where is it you're aiming? Because your problems will be much clearer also for the basic research. There is no shame in having a lighthouse to aim for when you do basic research.
So a clear lighthouse is one important. Is that how you work with a clear lighthouse, or what do you think is necessary for creating stakeholders that actually drive things forward?
For us, as I said, around 50% of our financing goes to individual grants. That is completely researcher-initiated, free, excellent fundamental research. Then we have the strategic programs, and they, of course, have a lighthouse. So the lighthouse for the WISE program is material science for sustainability, and we are focusing on 4 areas, and yes, they're still there. The first one is energy. How can we harvest, transport, convert, store clean energy? Second one is circularity. How can we close the loop from when we extract materials, refine them, use them, reuse them, and also how can we work with replacing part of the rare minerals, or maybe even using the rare minerals that we have in Sweden. Third one is about cleaning of earth, of soil, water, air, and also of course, carbon footprint. And the fourth one is completely new discoveries. So we think we have 3 very clear lighthouses.
So both of you are bridge builders because you have worked in Ericsson, Sara, and you in SKF, and you have an academic background, you are in academia, you work with researchers. So how important are people like you in this ecosystem?
Crucial, I think.
Yeah, we were very important, of course.
No, but I would say there is one. I think Sarah and I have another thing in common, and actually with you as well, Maria. You're a physicist, I think.
Biologist and physicist.
We are quite good at communication, I think. And this is important. When you work in a big corporation, you're going to meet finance directors, bankers, journalists. You have to motivate your business case for the research. And to do that in a way that speaks to the hearts of all of those people, you actually have to communicate in a good way. And I think that goes also for WISE to entice companies to be engaged in this.
I think it's very important that we have people that can understand both industry and academia. And that is where we think it's so important with these industrial PhD students, industrial postdocs, but we're also thinking about how we can build positions for senior persons. Today it's very much an 80-20 game, so you are 80% in industry and you're an adjunct professor 20%, or you're a professor in academia and then you can spend through mobility grants 20% in industry. But we're thinking about if we should have more like people that are 50-50, so with one leg in academia, one leg in industry to get a closer contact, because I think that is needed. We need more people to bridge, to understand how we can work together.
But let's take Glenn's example. Where are you, Glenn? Glenn? The ever-rolling wheel of things that happened. If you look at that, because that was an attempt to work together and it didn't work out in the beginning, then it worked out. What could have been done differently there from the beginning to avoid this situation?
Shortcut. I mean, like shortcut, electric shortcut. I find that only, if you look at, I wouldn't say my hero, but Elon Musk is really, you may think what you want about him, but what he does is to shortcut things and question the rules.
So Glenn should have questioned the rules. He should have stormed.
Everyone, I think, not just him, everyone in the circle.
We tend to accept the rules too much and we become... Yeah, okay. I have another question for you.
Sorry, can I comment? I think it's, shortcutting is one idea, but I also think it is, maybe we have too low understanding from both sides. We have one system, the academic system, that is based on academic merits, academic height, and that is correctly how Max prioritizes the resources today, because it's an academic evaluation. Then we have the industry system that not completely understands the academic system, with a one-year program that doesn't fit very well into the Max system the way it is. So I think we need to think about how we can get the systems to work together, because I completely understand your frustration, Glenn, and yes, I have been there too. But it's not as easy as saying it's the fault of the academic world or the fault... who is to blame? No one is to blame. We need to understand how we can get the systems to work better together.
Yeah. But can I ask, because we have, for instance, if we look at the public climate, you talked about Elon Musk, and Katarina, you talked about X, formerly known as Twitter. We have a climate today where you are punished when you do things if they go a little bit wrong, but you are not punished if you don't do anything. This is you can sit at a post and just be rolling along with the same lines that you're with, but nothing will happen. You will not be punished. You won't get, less funding or lose your job or anything. So how can we create incentives for people to get shit done?
What you're talking about now, I think, is super important. If we are in a culture where the upside of doing something right is actually lower than the punishment if you do something wrong, the tendency is to do nothing, because that's the easiest way to survive. That is detrimental for us. We need to change the incentives, and the way we do
Is that Sweden right now?
No, it's not entire Sweden. It can be found in separate parts of companies.
Pockets of companies.
And also in academia. I think it comes back to leadership. We need to understand that if you take a chance, you in many cases, you will fail, and that's perfectly okay. And we need to understand that be prepared to take the risks, or we will never have the complete gains. So when we evaluate our applications for research, we evaluate the academic height, the excellence. We evaluate if it's possible to do it, but they will never get punished if they don't succeed. That is part of doing research.
So can you, as a private funder, then be more tolerant than Vetenskapsrådet when it comes to this aspect? Can you accept a higher degree of risk-taking and thus failure in your projects?
In one way we can, because we never have to motivate why we have to do things, and when we prioritize things, it's not public. So yes, we can. Still, I would say that Vetenskapsrådet is doing an excellent job, so I don't think Vetenskapsrådet is not the one punishing the ones that don't succeed.
No, but I mean, they have to be more careful because it's public money.
Sure.
Yeah.
As a private investor, we have, it's a bit easier because it's not public money.
Yeah. So what, do we have any comments about this? The ability of Katarina, of course, come. Leadership, risk-taking, doing new things.
Yeah. No, but I think it's also built in the merit system in Sweden. Actually, it's very tough. If you do something wrong, you don't get financed after that, or it's very difficult to get more money. So I mean, it's built in the system that you shouldn't take so much risk. You should do what you have done so far and be a good, and then you can succeed in the academic system. So that is one hinder, I think, to this question. I was also thinking about that. I mean, Vetenskapsrådet finance around 8 billion Swedish crowns every year, and about 10% of the funding in the universities comes from Vetenskapsrådet. A lot of our money goes to research infrastructure, but also, of course, to research-initiated research, which is, or basic research, which is our goal to be good at, and I think we are. But if you look around, actually, at the moment, we have a lot of countries putting money into high-risk, high-gain projects. We have a new funding body in the UK. I don't know if you've seen that. Just a few weeks ago, they announced that a lot of money, they are putting a lot of money into high-risk, high-gain research, and they have actually created a new funding body for this. So there are examples in other countries, and I think this is something we have to look into also. How can we achieve this? And one other thing I would like to add is that we need programs like the Wallenberg Foundation have done, where we can start from basic questions and go into innovation, the whole path, so to say. And these programs are also something that we discuss with Vinnova at the moment, and we have some examples coming up. We also achieved in the budget, or in the bill the other day, we actually received also a lot of money for 6G together with Vinnova. So we will have, we were very happy about that, and now we can work together more closely. So I hope that will be in the right direction.
But can I ask you, many years ago I was a general representative at the board of Naturvetenskapliga forskningsrådet when it was still that, and a couple of professors of physics told me that what we do is we only apply for funding for research where we know the exact where we're gonna end up. Because you have to pick the low-hanging fruits. It's the only way for us to get this massive amount of peaks behind us. Is that still the case?
I hope not, but I think it's still a trend that you have to more or less done the research before you apply, and that's
is this the case?
Big
yes
problem.
Or no?
Big problem. I think.
No, it's not the case. No, it's not. I'm like an auction bidder now. Somebody nodding the head, and you get the mic. Please, who are you? And
yeah, so Anders Mikkelsen, professor at Lund University and head of a strategic research area, Nano Lund. So we have over the years. And I guess that comes from when you have long-term funding, like we have, and it's a hotspot coming from VR and coming from many other places, but we have a good base funding. And that means that we can allow our researchers to take risks, and they really do that. So we have projects which are high risk and which crash and burn, But we have the possibility to give people some funding to carry on and get back on their feet. And I know we have been pushing this agenda now for years to get away from this, I would say, old-fashioned view. Okay, we just need papers to survive, to come into a mode where it is really more about, okay, we take risks, and then we also prepare that when our researchers crash and burn, which they do sometimes because they take risks, then we pick them up and help them. But that demands that you have, and we're lucky that we have some base funding that we can stuff in. Also, it's people where maybe they have difficulty getting grants, but we can give them money until they move up again. And we have seen people who were really having no funding, and we put money into them for some years, and then suddenly they were getting European Research Council grants and so on, where they actually like this kind of, okay, you come with something, maybe it will work, maybe it will not work. And I think actually also VR, also in their research grants, have become more, we don't look so much at what you used to do, but more look at, is your project actually exciting? And okay, it might not work, but if it does, this is going to be awesome. So I think there has been a development. I'm more optimistic than maybe some of the other people here.
Can I comment also?
Yeah, sure.
I'm actually also very optimistic. We have the individual grants for young research, the Wallenberg Academy Fellows, and those are long-term grants, so they get funding for 5 years with the possible extension of 5 more years. They have a lot of freedom, and just last week I sat the whole day and listened to the interviews of the candidates for the next batch of Wallenberg Academy Fellows, and I would say they are definitely not just doing the easy things, the next step. They have very high level on very high ambitions. And I think one thing that is important to think about also when we evaluate research is that we can, if we only evaluate academic merits, we have to think about also prioritizing young people. So that is why we have special grants for young people. And it's so impressive when you meet these young researchers. They are so impressive. What they can do and what they want to do and the energy that they have. And it's not only sure bets. It's like you said, some of them will crash, and it's fine. They have 5 years. They know they have funding for 5 years and with the possibility to extend for 5 more years.
When everybody is more polite up here on the stage than when I had phone conversations before, when we talked on the phone, now you're looking very worried, both of you. But when we talked, Sara, you were quite critical of Sweden's funding for infrastructure. The Wallenberg Foundation does a lot of, I think many of us did our ex-job at the Wallenberg. Yeah, and you would like to see more funding for infrastructure.
Sure, and I'm not being critical. I think this is something that we all know, that the research infrastructure is not financed in Sweden today at the level where it needs to be.
So what is the lack approximately? Where should it be?
Well, I think you know that better than I do. I haven't calculated. But one example is, and now you were super happy, Charlie, because you got 40 million, but I know you asked for more. We have a fantastic facility in Max 4. We have spent from the foundation side almost 1 billion into building infrastructure, beam lines, etc. at Max. And now it's difficult to cover the operation costs. And they are not sure that they can continue to run the facility next year. I mean, to me, that doesn't make sense. So we're thinking about putting in 100 more million from the WISE program. But of course, one prerequisite is that public money then funds operation of the facility. Otherwise, why would we put in more money in building more stuff at Max 4?
Comments about this, Victoria?
Yeah, I think it is, that would be, if you have an investment case in a facility in CapEx, you don't think, oh, we will later, somebody else will pay for the operation. So this has to be, I don't know, call it private-public partnership, but something that is beyond and let's see what happens. And with the political climate as well, with 4 years intervals and who knows what happens next, those partnerships and agreements need to be longer than 4 years or even longer than 8.
It's music to your ears. We will go to, let's see, you work with infrastructure and you have your colleague there. Working with infrastructure at VR. What are your thoughts on this short-termism in terms of the financing of infrastructure?
Yes. So my name is Lisbeth Olsson. I'm Secretary General for the research infrastructure at Vetenskapsrådet. So I very much agree on that. We have suboptimal funding that we can deliver for research infrastructure, and we would really hope to get more funding. But I think that is not the only barrier, because we can always spend more money on things.
So how much what is the gap in practical terms? What are we talking about?
So if we look at, there are many parts in this, but if we look at how much the cost for our international infrastructures have decreased since 2021, just due to inflation and valuta exchange rates.
Exchange rates, but also the energy costs, which are skyrocketing.
Yeah. But if we only look at the exchange costs and inflation, we have to pay 200 million per year more for the international infrastructure, which will take from what we can use
for the big science facilities that Sweden co-finance abroad, so like CERN, ITER, etc. Okay, exactly. So that's chewing up.
That is chewing up. And then, of course, infrastructures also comes to different. I mean, first we have a construction phase, then we have the operational phases, we have development. So all these also add additional costs that then we need more money for.
So the exchange rate of the krona to the euro is eating up Charlie's money here. Is that what you're saying?
Or we have many other infrastructure.
Yeah, but
as well.
to understand exactly what you're saying. And you're not getting compensated for this in the budget?
No, not fully. To some extent, but we are far from that.
So how are you lobbying with the politicians around this?
So if I can just say something more before I say, I mean, we also have increasing needs. I mean, Max IV have increasing needs. ESS has increasing needs. We have the computing side, where the digital era. We have many things there. That's where we also would need to increase our muscles a lot. And then we have all the other infrastructure that we contribute to. So there are many different pieces here that we need to look into. And I think that as a community that needs this infrastructure, we also need to get better in doing strategic prioritization, because maybe we also have to leave something that we are working at, because we always talk about what we need more, but we don't talk about what we maybe don't need so much anymore. And that is also, we also have to have that communication.
How are you seeing the political reception of your message that infrastructure is becoming more important? It's not just research, it's how you do the research, the facilities. Do the politicians understand this?
I think this is very difficult to answer. I think there are a good support in that there are research are important for Sweden, and also facilities as Max IV, ESS and SciLife Lab is important if we are going to be in a good position. But then there are many other things that they have to prioritize between. So I think maybe we need to also be better in finding some key message that we can get to the politicians.
So if anyone has good ideas on how to communicate, they can come to you during the lunch break.
Yes,
excellent.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thoughts on this, the problem of communicating infrastructure to politicians? How can it be? You talked about communication, Victoria.
Yeah, I do. That is certainly a big thing, to speak to politicians in the language that they understand. We would wish that they were more STEM educated, but they're not. Sell the strawberries you have, as Peter Stordalen says. So communication is key, but I think you were also touching on prioritization, because a transformation, we speak about a green transformation. A transformation means that you change things, and that means that you also leave things behind. In industry, certainly the electrification is creating huge groups of people that need to be re-educated, redeployed, maybe can't be employed anymore. And that means prioritization. It means shutting down factories and starting new ones. And more money isn't necessarily always coming when you're in industry. So prioritization is something that has to be done and maybe tougher. And the politicians won't be doing it for us. So we have to propose to them.
I just want to be clear that I wasn't criticizing VR because I don't think you're doing an excellent job. There's simply not enough funding, government funding for infrastructure. I'm also thinking about infrastructure. As you mentioned, it can also be computational infrastructure. And there we had a similar situation that we have a huge research program on AI, autonomous systems and software with a budget of 6 billion and no infrastructure to run your AI training on. So therefore, we had to fund a new supercomputer for Sweden, the Berzelius supercomputer that is based on the National Supercomputer Center in Linköping, through a donation of 300 million, specifically for that computer. And the 300 is consumed. We're thinking about how we can continue to build it out because it is fully utilized today. Fully utilized on training Swedish language models on generative AI, but also fully utilized on proteins within data-driven life science. And we know that material science is now also coming into the use of AI for building new materials. So we need more computational power as well.
When we talk about the green transformation, there is a lot of media buzz around the new corporate entities, Northvolt, H2, green steel, hybrid, etc., and less talk about what is being done in what we call the traditional industries, which of course, Victoria, pulp and paper industry, what's going on there?
It's a huge change in the pulp and paper industry, which is, of course, you take carbon out of the atmosphere, you turn it into paper and store it for a while. In this process, you can also capture the carbon, the biogenic carbon that you push out in the atmosphere. But to do so requires huge investments and, again, a transformation. This is absolutely ongoing, but perhaps the understanding and, again, the permit process, because all of this takes the energy that we spoke about before, and the permit process is like it's moving on a glacier scale where industry moves on a, I don't know, much faster scale anyway. And this will have to really change. I think industry, old industry, is really changing. We are perhaps not so good at talking about it, but it's happening every day in the boardrooms, investments decisions going in that way, which means, yeah, really today, very often the permit process is the slow thing.
We talked about the dynamics with Mikael Norlander from Vattenfall. So the CO2 emission rights, how that will be costed, because you're on the board of Billerud.
Yes, and that will disappear, and we are very aware of that, that it will disappear. So we have to do something else. All the competition will be in the same situation, but this has a huge impact on the Swedish Nordic pulp and paper industry. And we are working, for example, carbon capture to be actually compensate for this. Because planting forest in other countries, we don't believe that compensating in that way is not something we want to do.
Better to do it here than in the Amazonas, so to say.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Sara?
Yes, there's a lot of innovation in traditional Swedish companies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here and be 100 plus years old. And in the case of Stora, I think it is almost 1,000 years. So if they were still working with the same thing that they did 100 or 1,000 years ago, they would definitely not be here. But that is exactly the reason why we have started the strategic initiatives, because things are moving faster now. We need to transform it at a higher pace, and it is both traditional industry, but it's also new industry and new companies. So, as I said, in the WASP program, we have 90 companies that are partners. They are big and small. Every company in Sweden can become a partner. The only requirement is that you have R&D in Sweden. We have just, as I said, finalized the first round of industrial PhD students and postdocs into the WISE program. And what was surprising to see that there were very many small and medium-sized companies, but not as many big companies. I think, though, that they're coming on the next round. But I also want to say some words about innovation in this area. Because one other question for the panel was, can we build new startups? So when we started this program, we from the foundation asked the program directors, Magnus Berggren and Olle Eriksson, can you investigate how many startups that has been formed in the areas of material science for sustainability for the past 5 years? And it turned out to be 75 in Sweden during the years 2017 to 2022. At the same time, we in our Wallenberg Launchpad, VALP, we have at least 14 new companies that have been started through proof of concept grants from the foundation. So there's for sure a lot of innovation in this area. But that innovation also has to come to the benefit of the big companies and also building new sustainable companies for Sweden. Yeah. But it's very encouraging.
That is really a positive thing. That I was thinking about that growing up in Kalix, out not far from here. To be an entrepreneur was not a good thing when I grew up in the 70s and early 80s. Now, to be a founder, to be an entrepreneur, that's something that young people dream about. And I think that's going to spread also into our, it is already spreading into our old companies. And I think here we are good at that in Sweden. Back to the Malmbanan days, we did that.
Okay, do we then have the funding for these small companies, the startup funding, the seed funding? We have heard about the enormous investments in H2 Green Steel and in Northvolt. So these big projects tend to attract risk capitalists. But the small startups, the guy in Kalix with a green innovation, do we have a funding structure that can also work with smaller corporate entities?
Not to the extent that we need, I would say. So we have done two things from the foundation. The foundation cannot support commercial activities. We're not allowed to do that by Swedish law. But what we can do is support our researchers with research grants for building a proof of concept or a research validation or a minimum viable product. So if a researcher has an idea that they want to try to commercialize, we say, okay, hey, if you apply, we can help you with research funding for building this proof of concept. And at the same time, you can start a company, but we cannot engage in that. So that process we started in 2019, and it's called the Wallenberg Launchpad. And up to now, we've had more than 41, 42 projects that have received funding for proof of concept grants. That is the first step. Next step is, when they are done with the proof of concept, who is prepared to invest in a deep tech startup that has no customers, no true products? So then we realized, okay, we want to help out there as well. That we cannot do from the foundation, but fortunately the foundation has its assets in a company called Wallenberg Investments. Wallenberg Investments has a daughter company called Navigare Ventures. If, in Sweden, as you know, the innovation belongs to the researcher by Swedish law, där är undantaget. But if the research team wants to apply for funding from Navigare, they can do that. But then, of course, it's evaluated on commercial grounds and it's a commercial investment. But what we do is that we invest very, very early in deep tech startups at the time where basically no one else would invest. But we need more like us.
But it is really fantastic what you're doing. But I think if as you said, we have some funding, but it's by far not enough.
Absolutely.
Compared to the US, where you have all the venture capital funds present on campus at every university, and that's still a bit, are you a risk capitalist as a venture capital? That's not really a good thing. In the US, it is, and that is risk-taking, prepared to put money into founders, entrepreneurs, and I think we do need more of that.
There was a big interview with Harald Mix, the risk capitalist, truly in the truest sense of the word, who invested in Northvolt and H2 Green Steel. The first question he was, when are you going to do an exit? It was not, why have you done this, what is your horizon, but when are you going to do an exit? So that's a little bit about the view.
Can I just reflect on that?
Yeah.
I participated in the panel this spring, and the moderator was a startup person from Silicon Valley, and she said, oh, you're terrible at innovation in Sweden. And I said, what? We're second best in the world. No, you don't have any exits. And my view was that we are not interested in exits. We're interested in building sustainable companies for Sweden. So
that was a slightly different, but you do need the horizon of an exit to attract a lot of investors like pension funds, because they actually need to give out some pensions. Okay, we have some young people here. Is it true that it's cool today to become an entrepreneur and work with technology, or is it just old farts like us believing? Vill du säga något?
Cool to be an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
What is an entrepreneur doing? Actually,
Actually, starting a company, owning a company, driving their own ideas, rather than working for someone else.
That's inspiring.
That is inspiring. Why?
Yeah. I don't know.
Is it cool to do your own thing, or?
Not cool. I would say I'm more into science and engineering.
Engineering.
It's more interesting, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the young team? Do you have any opinion about this?
I'm not so interested in entrepreneurship, but I had a UF-företag.
Young businesses, yeah.
Yes, and it was very exhausting.
It was exhausting. It is exhausting to run your own business. You hear, Victoria? It's exhausting. Yes.
And rewarding.
We have to to see if it's regulation laws to start a company. So I'd rather research.
You want to do research. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not for everyone to start a business. It is exhausting.
But you don't have to do either or. No. In your research, when you find this brilliant thing that comes out of your research, this brilliant innovation, then you want to pursue it. Trust me, you will want to do that. But it's good to start with the research.
Okay, I think we should thank Victoria and Sara for this very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going into the final session before lunch break. So we have now been elaborating around the theme of academics and advanced research infrastructures working with industries. We all agree it's needed, and then we have to make it work. We're going to start investigating a bit deeper. Hans Zetterberg, who was a very interesting sociologist, he talked about the three sectors of society. The first one was the corporate sector, where the ultimate goal is profit, and the true power lies with the shareholders. He talked about academia and the art world, where the ultimate goal is excellence, and true power lies with the smartest, best scientist or the most creative artist. And then politics, where the true goal is power. And the power lies with the person who has a majority, not the person who is right. And that it's very hard to combine these systems, and there tend to be misunderstandings. So we're going to look now at how you can bridge that. So we have some people who are very interested in this bridge building. Selma Marik, Head of Implementation Spirit, welcome up. Magnus Fredriksson, did you get the mic? Yes. Who is a program manager at Alfa Laval, welcome up. We have Martin Karlsson, University Relationships Manager of North. Why don't they get an applause? Okay. And then we have Per Weihet, who is Pro-Vice Chancellor of the Luleå University of Technology. Please, you don't have to stand like this, but you can stand a bit more comfortably. So 2 at each table to make this work, okay? So I wanted to start with, I think you, Charlie, call it the valley of death between industries and universities. How can we what can we learn from earlier valley of death experiments? What are lessons? We are a learning humanity at our best. What can we learn?
Oh.
I'm shooting straight from the hip.
Yeah, if you look into what we talked about earlier this morning, where we have this problem for industry to come in to the beamlines, I think we as an industry need to learn more about the beamlines. And I think Per had a really good idea to start with industrial PhD programs for the beamlines, both at the Max 4, ESS. I think that is something we can develop, because then we can learn. We can have people that we educate during 4 to 5 years, and then coming back and buy beam time. Because we have 2 persons here that will have quite much negotiating with the government in a couple of years, and we have 2 really fantastic facilities in Sweden.
So learning more about each other is a way. Per, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, you asked about value of death, and of course I reflected on the answers from our young tekniksprongare here, so maybe we need to build more entrepreneurship into our engineering educations. So I will go back tonight to think about that.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's one reflection, but the classical value of death, of course, is how do you commercialize your research results? And we are not so good at that in Europe compared to the US.
Compared to the US.
And that's, I think it's all to do with collaboration and understanding each other's realities. And we need to be much better in that. And of course, in the context of research facilities, that's highly relevant.
Magnus Fredriksson, you are a bridge builder trying to bridge this gap. You have gathered together a group of industrial stakeholders who are now working to create, you call it a
association, maybe?
Non-profit association supporting industrial access to big science facilities. Tell us, you were going to present a piece of news today, weren't you?
Am I?
You told me.
Where's the money? No, that's true, but I think...
What are you doing? Tell us.
I think thank you for inviting me to this event. It's really nice to hear all speech today. And we can all see the challenge here, the value of death, or but the only thing to get over it is to collaborate, to help each other. And I think it's a big puzzle. And we should work together to find which piece of the puzzle can I bring to the game. So that is the plan here. So I've been working inside Max 4 for 3 years. And
from Alfa Laval inside Max 4?
Yes. So, sorry, I'm hired at Alfa Laval, but I work with Max 4, so that's the correct, yes. But it takes time to build trust, and it takes time to get the openness and the honesty in the discussion. But now, working closely to Charlie here, we have come to the position where we speak truly to each other, what we are good at and what we are not good at. And then we try to find, okay, what can we bring to the table? And now we are 2 companies, big companies in Sweden, forming this association with a service company that is not a mediator.
It's Alfa Laval, and the other company is?
The other one is AB Volvo, the Swedish part of the real Volvo, so to speak. And we are in this process now. It's really progressing, really interesting. So we will build this. This is our contribution to try to fill the gaps for industry using infrastructures.
But it's interesting because your CEO, Tom Eriksson, was at the ESS Max 4 Summit last year. And he had started this sort of as a skunk work. Basically the board didn't know what he was doing and he didn't know if he had finance for it. He just did it. So it's interesting, a private initiative to just go ahead and push the pedal to get something started.
But again, it's not coming from out of the blue. I mean, we have had a Max Lab since the late 80s in Lund. We have a really good university with a lot of skilled people. We have X-ray science, and some of the people are in here in the room today. So for us, this was an opportunity building up this fantastic 4th generation synchrotron, and in a year we will have the ESS. So this is a really hot area in Sweden. And we are neighbors, we're just 5 minutes away. So for us, it's natural to be incorporating with the
But
business.
still, you have the guts to do it. I mean, other companies, you have been to see many companies about this idea.
Yeah.
And you have not gained understanding from all of them, let's say that.
Yeah, we were just talking about this dare to do things. Maybe we are the lonely nuts doing this, but we can see that this will be a good benefit to the Swedish industry and Swedish academy, because when we work together, we can share knowledge together, and we can speed up. So for us, this is a risk-taking, yes, but we can see the benefits.
Are they lonely nuts? Can we get a hand up? Who thinks they are lonely nuts? Who thinks they are not lonely nuts? Can we get a hand up? You get a massive support here. It's
Thank
fantastic.
you very much.
So this is a private initiative being started right now. Selma,
Yes.
you represent a public initiative.
Yes, I do.
Spirit.
Yes, and I have a very big group of people here with me today who is part of Spirit. Can you stand up, please?
Half the room is Spirit.
Yes.
In Spirit, you are here. Welcome. And tell us what are you doing right now?
Yes, well, as you see, we are many people. We are 7 universities together working with Spirit to develop it. And it stands for Swedish Platforms for Advanced Infrastructures in Research, Innovation and Technology. And it's so long, I think we're going to have to change it in the end. But before I go into what it is, I would like to just touch upon what you've all been saying, and this word trust. And I myself, I'm coming from the facilities. I grew up at these facilities, and it will go down to relationships and these knowledge transformers that can bridge the three together. So I think that we are very much agreeing. What we're doing with Spirit is really to increase the collaboration between universities and industry to use the facilities, and we also see that at the facilities. Currently, 30% of the open time is done in collaboration with the industry. So this is the part that we want to strengthen, yes.
So Martin Karlsson at Northvolt, how do you make an entity like Spirit or the offspring of Spirit, when you're done, to work for you so that you get the pace? You talked about the risk of becoming slö in Swedish, lazy, or not lazy, but like slow speed, like the turtle. What type of incentives do you think Spirit should have to have the pace that you need?
Yeah, but of course they should work really close together with us.
Yeah.
Also, we are there also helping them to formulate the research questions. And then, of course, collaborating with other projects. We have now in the WISE Industrial PhD program, we will do tests at the Max 4. And also we, like what we heard earlier with the lighthouse, we have these fantastic facilities, but what are the lighthouses we would like to use them for? And then we can connect initiatives like what Magnus is talking about Selma is talking about, and also the different programs that we actually work in the same direction. So in our case, it's the circular battery material for tomorrow. It's really important. And also the production methods. We should not forget the production methods. We should not forget the analytics that need to be done afterwards.
But talking about analytics, we all deliver towards certain criteria that are important for us. What type of criteria should be set up for an entity like Spirit, for Spirit to be a good partner to you? What is it? Amount of meetings? Is it amount of visits from industries to facilities? Is it beam time in minutes per industry sector at the facilities? What type of metrics should be put there to facilitate quality and speed?
I think first of all, it's trust and it's openness. It's easy, so it's easy for us to come in.
Easy access, okay.
Easy access, and to start up our projects. I think it's a lot of things. It's meeting like this. It's meeting with our experts at the facilities, That's something we already done together with our CEO. We had a visit with some of our experts this summer. It was really successful. Before that, I didn't have so many ideas what they want to do, and then come back after vacations with a lot of ideas. We can use the facilities for this and this. But then also we need to have an easy enter, so it's easy to start.
Easy to start to get going. Selma, what are you, because you are now the implementation general, so, and I guess you will be able to influence what type of lighthouses you will be working against. What do you think will make you be better?
Well, can I just touch upon this, what you said, the entry? We have now been working for a few years with this whole entry ways into the facilities, and we also have to think about the exit way, because we see after working so long with, for these, I think I've been here 7 years in a row talking about the same questions. We see that a lot of challenges when the industry actually comes to the facilities will come to the data analysis and handling all of everything that comes out. And this is not just a thing for industry. It is, we have new tools, they are extremely powerful, and we have to really work together to interpret and get the value for the experiments from
Is it data processing, or is it human capacity, analytics?
It is method development. So if you are trying to push these facilities into new areas of, I mean, working with not just batteries and energy and steel, life science, all these different areas, it increases the complexity of what we need to interpret. And this requires a lot of collaboration, not just, the facilities cannot do this alone. Yeah. It has to be done in collaboration.
Yeah. How are you seeing this, Magnus, in terms of the analytics post-experiment experience? How can an enterprise like yours support that process, or are you just the access, are you just the door in?
I think we need to look at it as a value chain, and we have things to do before the measurements and things to do afterwards. And I think if we look at the value chain today, frankly speaking, the infrastructures today, let's say Max 4, now it comes Charlie. Now, they are not really geared up to serve the industry 100% yet. So we need to have patience here. It will take time. And if we look into Europe, I've been traveling a lot, visiting 10 different facilities in Europe. We have one in Hamburg. They started in the late 50s. They still have this challenge. So I think we need to work.
After 60 years, they still have the same challenge.
And we have the initiative I'm running with Alfa Laval and Volvo. We have a really good relationship with Desi in Hamburg. Really good. Really good. So we have the same experience, but they have much longer time in operation. But we have the same issue. But when it comes to data analysis, that could be a problem when it comes to industry use, because there are a lot of other things that will constrain the use of softwares and computer centers and storage and so on. But if you go into the facilities today, Max 4 is not a data center, it's a synchrotron. So they need help to build up this functionality, they need investments to have the hardware, they need people who can develop the software, efficient softwares, and we need AI to be more efficient. So this is an area of investments and research as well. So, but we need to start and build it in small steps.
Yeah. Per, from the point of universities, how can you be supportive in the data analysis?
But I think this is kind of built in, Selma, you correct me if I'm wrong, but in the spirit of spirit, so to say. Also I think it's all about the interfaces and platforms where you can do this kind of interactive collaboration between industry and academia. And in order to do that, I think it's for the facilities to understand the business cases And then if you go into that, you also need to realize that we are talking about industry. But if you look at industry looks very different. Now we have, a big high-tech company, an established research-intensive company. Where are the SMEs, for instance, in this? Where are the tech companies? Where are the small companies with a lot of I'm absolutely sure, brilliant ideas that can be brought forward into if they use these facilities. So I think we need to understand that reality much, much better, and we should stop talking about industry as a unique, homogeneous entity. It's not.
It's not.
And I think Spirit have the mechanism to solve that, because there you build the interfaces and platforms for those discussions. And of course, it's important for us to get the industry into the facilities, but that brings added value to academia, because we can collaborate. So it brings value back to academia if we succeed in bringing industry into the facilities.
Yes, of course. Helmut, no, you didn't raise your arm. But no. Okay, but the question is, so do the facilities need to be more like, the hospital, one section where you kind of give birth, but then you kind of need the maternity ward too, where you look after the mother, like the post section?
I just want to comment what you said.
No, you're going to answer my question, please.
But I take the opportunity to say that both Selma and me, we are driving an initiative to build a platform, so to speak, for users. And that platform should be open for all. So we are not doing the Alfa Laval special solution for us. We're doing the platform for all users. And you have the same ambition. We are working, we have the same target, the same goal, but we come from different perspectives. So the final solution should be an open environment for everyone, even SMEs. So now, what's your question?
So the question is, do this data analysis, sort of post-experiment processing of information, does it need to be at the facilities, or how do you envision that? Selma, Magnus?
Maybe I can start. Ladies first. I can take an example. Just that happened, I think, 3 or 4 weeks ago. I was at a beam time at Tomcat in Switzerland, measuring plant-based proteins that come from a side stream of a production, usually thrown away, and now we're using them to see if they can foam to be used in food. And we spent, I think, 3 days just setting up to be able to do this experiment with foaming in situ, and we wanted to measure, what was happening in the highest resolution ever. And then when we were finished, we packed up, and somebody came with 20 fetal hearts. And the beamline scientists had to then take care of that. So I think that we will have to work in a different way and not put all of this at the facilities, and let them be experts at the techniques. And then we at the universities, in collaboration with the industry, can then try to develop methods to understand our questions. That would be my take on that.
Looking at Northvolt right now, you are at the tell us, where are you right now?
Yeah, where we are. We're building our first factory, gigafactory in Skellefteå. We have started our production. We have recently started our battery system production in Poland and developing our products together with our customers.
Yeah, and why do there's been enormous interest around Northvolt from the media, from investors. Ursula von der Leyen has even raised up Northvolt as an example of what she calls it Europe can do, but it's of course the founders of Northvolt. So why do you think it's creating such enormous interest?
Yeah, because we are an enabler of the future of energy. So that's one of them. That's what we go to the job for every day.
Yeah. Are you getting the people you need up to Skellefteå?
Yeah, there are of course a lot of challenges to get competences.
Where do you live?
In Stockholm.
In Stockholm, you see, this is the problem. Yeah.
But that's also where we have our headquarters. So
that's why. But what do you need right now? Because I think people are seeing this transformation and understanding why energy storage and the battery development is important. What do you need now? You are head of university relations. How many university relations do you have? How many universities do you work with?
Yeah, we work with all the bigger technical universities in Sweden. We work with a couple of them in US and in Europe. But then, of course, since we are based, main part of the company is in Sweden, so that's also the Swedish universities that we collaborate most with.
And how do you select the universities you work with? By what criteria?
It's a little bit different. What we look into, for example, we start up a research collaboration. We can go if it is number one in the world, okay, then maybe this is someone we would like to work with. But we also look into how does this professor share his or her time between education and research. Because if it's only research, then we don't competence develop the professor that will educate the students. And then, of course, we evaluate, will this professor work with the programs and the courses where we would like to employ students from, or elsewhere? And that's, of course, different criteria. So we don't only see that research, infrastructure, and education, everything is connected. Yeah. That's why we want to work with the university.
So that's interesting. You want to work with professors who also teach?
Yes.
That's interesting. So what proportion do you think is ideal?
I think professor, it's actually, now maybe I have a lot of angry eyes on me, but the professor is a teacher.
Is he right? Is he right?
It's a teacher profession. So I think 50-50 is a quite good
Is this portion. Correct? Do we have any professor of technical matter here? Yeah. Per?
You can become a pro-vice-chancellor if you don't want to teach. Of course, it's part of the game, Martin, but it's not only, it's a combination. Yeah. So the optimal situation is, of course, that all our professors should spend some time with teaching the students, absolutely. I fully agree, but perhaps not 100%.
No, I didn't say that. I said like 50-50, and then you can see supervising PhD students is also like a teaching. Yeah. But if it's too much in teaching or if it's too much in research, yeah, then it's not, I don't see it as an academia. But then when you can combine them, and then of course combined over time, but you are in both worlds. And maybe also that we talk about coming out to the industry and work.
But I think this is interesting because Magnus, you have told me in private, now we're going to see if you can stand here, that when you went around and had a look at the 10 facilities you went to? Yeah. There was one who stood out in terms of being able to look after private enterprises, and that was?
Max 4.
Well, that's not what you told me in private.
No, I think you are referring to Diamond Light Source.
Yeah, in outside of
yes,
Oxford.
And yes.
What was good about them in terms of how they looked after industry?
I would say they are quite prominent, serving industries, working in the pharma industry, doing MX, it's called.
Protein crystallography.
Yeah. I was just trying to say that. Okay. It's a long word. And they have been building up this value chain for quite some time. And I think they are quite successful. They are a role model, even for Max 4 and other facilities. So,
but let's talk about the structural thing here, because this entity is not under the Department for Science and Research. It's under the Department for Enterprise. So it has metrics that are correlated to actually working with industry.
You're talking about the governance structure.
The governance structure of the facility.
Yeah, that's different in
That
UK.
is different. So this is what I'm feeling like, what was that old Roman, Cato, whatever, just going for this issue all the time. What type of incentive structures do we need? So that facility will have incentive structures geared at working together with industry. Now, Max 4 is governed by Lund University, and ESS is governed by 13 countries. So it's different governance structures. But what can we learn from that in terms of how, for instance, how Spirit works? In terms of putting business metrics at the core of where you are aiming?
Can I?
Yeah, Selma.
And I would like to start with that's a good example, Diamond. They, I think, achieved 7%, which is of sold beam time, which is a little bit higher than Max 4, which is currently at 1%. There are other facilities as well. I know that Diamond has a very big industrial team that goes out and sells beam time. I think there are 15 people. And then we have PSI that does not have an industrial team, but they are at 11%.
But they get a lot of funding from like cancer lotteries and stuff.
But they all have something very much in common, that most of this time is protein crystallography. And that is due to the technique itself. This is no longer experiments, it is measurements. It's really high throughput. Yes?
No, I mean, following up what you're saying now, you're talking about goals in percentages of usage from industry. So Charlie, Helmut, what do you have goals for how much industry should we have at Max 4 or at ESS?
There's a roof.
I think that's a very important question.
I think the whole discussion is hinting at the governance issue, right? And I had reserved this actually for, now you take my 30 minutes that I have scrupulously prepared for the end of the day. But let me take 3 minutes. So where do we come from, right? All those large-scale infrastructures at some point had their own research programs. And then there was a revolution in the 70s where it was realized if they become infrastructures and go out to all the academic system primarily, they're a lot more powerful because they are not just swimming in their own little pond. But then how you structure that, how you set the priorities. We had a discussion just an hour ago. How do you, for example, say how much the physicists get, how much the life sciences? This is the system and the governance who decides. And at the end of the day, that will be a very important question for both facilities. And the way I see the ESS, and Charlie has to answer for Max 4, I am running a company. I have clients, I have customers, right? And I have a governance board, and I want my clients to be successful. I want to create success, whether it's for university professor or for Northvolt, because they make better batteries and bring Europe forward. But I also respond to my funders who put certain missions into my governance, and if you and that hasn't changed over the last 20 years at any of the facilities. And I think we're touching here an essential part. It's also a part where probably Max 4 and ESS will be quite different, because I can imagine that my 13 partners have a different view when it comes to industrial use than you may have, where you control completely your national facility. Right? And this is also something I had discussed with Charlie. We have to be careful that we don't put the two facilities always into the same basket, because I have different constraints than he has. But first of all, to reflect, I always said if Madame Merkel in my previous job when I was at the ILL decides that she goes for Industry 4.0 and that now the ILL, which is financed 25% by Germany, has to change its research portfolio, the instruments we offer, the access we offer, I will respond to that, right? My task, I think, is not to take those decisions, because that would make mixing competences. My task is, if the university environment, if the political environment changes, that I am extremely adaptable and very quickly can switch over, right, and make sure that you guys have what you need. That was now maybe.
But Helmut, can I?
Agility.
No, and Helmut, can I ask you? But because you are not a little lame director of ESS, you are a very thoughtful and driving person. Could you not come to your 13 countries and say, this is the type of goals I would like to have to be effective?
Well, we have, I mean, I come also back to the very early discussions that we had this morning, right? We approached, for example, the European Union and said, naturally, and you can go to the internet, I have written a couple of position papers on that, how we could contribute better to the Green Deal, how we could contribute better to the missions. We did that together with our other neutron centers. We did it together with LEAPS in ARIA. we didn't find a lot of positive resonance.
Was it negative?
No, I think what it was, you know, when you look at a company, you come in and you would say they are siloed. The EU is very siloed. The infrastructure is in what they call Pillar 1. We build up Pillars 2, Pillar 3s. My wish would have been that when, for example, in Northvolt there is a discussion about the next generation of batteries, then they have somebody who knows what neutrons or X-rays could do at a specific step in their development process. And then when this comes up, Kling, in a very agile way, they say, now we have a competitive edge. We have those facilities. Let's do that. And then if we know this is our mission, then we have to provide this access, right? Because it has been identified as a priority. So it's about looking at the system and making the links. And I think what has been said from Wallenberg Foundation this morning is very important. The key people are the people that have been in industry and at the facility, because they can make that bridge.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you talked about position paper. Has there been a position paper written jointly by industry and academia on our ambitions with these large-scale research facilities?
We have, for example, and that was driven a lot
that would create impact.
by Sweden,
That's a very
right?
good
I mean,
idea.
Christina from Uppsala with this Battery 2020, I think you know it very well, initiative. We have co-authored a paper that was now specific, really battery, because we thought we had a good overlap. But this was also mediated, and I think this is great, by university institutes that try to, you know, be the bridge between the industry and us. But they were on board. Where we didn't get in is, for example, there is platforms on battery research within Horizon 2020, Horizon Europe, and we didn't get into that.
But you got a very good idea here. Per's idea about a joint position paper.
Maria, I'm tired of writing papers. I want action. Sorry.
You want action? Okay. Okay.
I want action.
Excellent. Excellent. So, and the silos, just so I understood, that they were at the EU level, if we understood you correctly. Helmut? They were at the EU level. Okay, we're getting, I should tell you, we have Menti going. The system, if you scan this gigantic symbol, you will get into the Menti system. And those of you who are following us from wherever are posing questions now. Question to you. What is the biggest incentive for a company to start using the large-scale research infrastructure?
Oh, that was a very, very hard question, but of course it's. I think when we have this possibility to use this in our material development, I would say it's where we will start to use it, and to develop the next generation, maybe not the next, but another formulation of our current chemistry, and see. What if we do we have some ideas how we can change things to get a better performance, better sustainable solution. And then we can use the facilities to iterate while we're developing that material. So I think that will be, but it could also be looking into processes. There are a lot of things in battery production where we can improve the production, where we possibly could use also the facilities.
Any other thoughts on this?
Well, I'm not in industry, but I would say to stay competitive in the end of the day. Of course, you need to be in. It's a very simple answer, I think.
Selma, we have a question for you. When and how will Spirit start operational activities?
Hopefully we will start 1st of January next year. We are currently in development of the implementation phase. But I would like to go back to
you got the when and how.
When and how? Okay. So
what will it look like? Well, you know, I am a scientist or I am a company. What will I do with Spirit?
Okay.
Who will I call? Where will I go? What will I say? He wants to know.
Yeah.
Yes, that's.
How do I get my data?
Yes. Well, first you have to do the experiment. Yeah. So you will have to either buy the beam time or apply for it. or come to an entry point. Spirit is currently just at the start of implementation phase. Last year it was led by Pia Kinnehult, where they worked throughout the whole year, inviting most of the community, I think all of the community, to 7 different nodes where the universities are, and developing of what we were actually going to do that you previously saw, defining different focus areas. There was a report that was turned into Vinnova. It was handed over in June, which was well received and approved. And they've granted us the permission to start, and we're currently developing the how and how we will also measure this. But the whole goal of Spirit is really to strengthen the collaboration between industry and academia. And I know you said we want action and we don't want to just have meetings, but you should not also underestimate the
But we will take very practical.
Yes.
Martin has a thing with he needs developed.
Yes, I'm getting there.
Yeah. So what will you do?
I mean, if we look at the way it works now, and I started with that, it is actually all about who you know and the relationships. So if I have somebody that I know something about this, and I know a person who has done neutrons, it's easy for me to call, right? And we see it in the vicinity of, I don't think there's a company in Skåne that doesn't know what MAX4 and ESS are. But then when we go further out, we see that there are clear differences. What Spirit is going to try to do is really break down these both sectorial barriers, but also geographical. We want to know where the experts are. We want to be able to really give you or turn you into the right direction. So it's going to be a lot about connecting to the specific environments.
The correct environments.
Yes.
So have you had companies involved in developing your business model, or how you're going to work to make sure that the sort of customer experience is very smooth here with you? I'm saying customer experience, but the client experience.
Yes, well, we are trying to develop a very open and inclusive arena, so this is the work that is ahead of us, yes, but we are in dialogue and we will.
Yeah, I think you can have he can be part of your reference group, maybe?
Maybe even more than that, let's see.
Maybe even more than that. Okay, excellent. So what would you like to see from Spirit to make it easy for you? What do you want?
I think, so for example, we have Alexander from Chalmers here. If we have something we would like to do, maybe we call Alexander and yeah, we would like to do this as MAX4. And then we have a contact person at Spirit and say, okay, maybe we can take a discussion, okay, these parts can be public, and we might see, okay, which are the ways to get funding that way. These parts are trade secrets, so we don't want to, so we want to pay for a time. And then maybe have someone just to collaborate to see, okay, you can enter this, you have these applications for the beam time, and we can have a one-stop shop for both of these activities. Because then we can do as much public as possible, and we can invest in where we need to invest. And then maybe also get some advices, okay, but maybe you need to test this at Chalmers lab, in the Uppsala lab, or in your own lab before.
But if you, so if you would go to Magnus instead, what would be the difference with going to Spirit and going to Magnus? Northvolt wants to investigate something.
Okay.
What would be the difference from his perspective, not process-oriented, from the client's perspective? Yeah.
I just want to say one thing. You should have dropped my name, or our name, Alfa Laval, in the work being supporting.
Yes.
Yep.
But there have been many more.
Yes. I think if we look into a user of facilities, if they come from academia or if they come from industry, they have the same challenge. There are people in the academia and in the industry that are experienced users. So we are not really concerned about those companies or groups, but there are a lot of academic researchers that have never been at a facility. So they need the same type of support that you are asking for. So now we are 2 actors doing the same thing, collaborating in a really efficient format. Then we can help each other, because you might have questions that I can answer and you cannot. Or I have the contact to this research team that you need in to solve your questions. So I think the alternatives here that we are trying to build is important for a customer.
And what are the two, if you were now two competing companies, what were your USPB and your USPB?
Can we speak Swedish?
Yeah, your unique selling point.
Okay.
So how is your entity different from Selma's, and how is Selma's entity different from yours?
I can say, I think we will try to help the industry in commonly used questions. If you are forming or working with metals, you have residual stresses. And 99.5% of all industries working with metals will have questions in this area. So we can build up a process or an offer to the company who's asking the question, because we have done it before. We have a process, we have the software, we have the package. So that would be our selling point. But when it comes to more open questions, I think the academia route might be better, because we will go into routine analysis. Now we are closing up to the MX business, and when it comes to really basic research, there might not be a ready solution. Then you might come into a work like you do in the academics instead. So it's depending on your question. But if you have this, gate of entrance to the facilities, you can get the support or direction or recommendation where you should go. So I can recommend, if you come to me, I can recommend Spirit instead, if we cannot give you an answer.
If it's more relevant, yeah.
Yeah.
And Selma, your distinct selling point here is?
I think, well, if we compare to, is Beam Team, Dream Team? Beam Team. I don't know what you are the Beam Team, yeah. I think, this is what I was trying to say earlier with the protein crystallography, it has been made very user-friendly, and where you can, you really don't have to be a physicist, and you don't have to be in reciprocal space to understand the data. I think if we move towards that and really making routine analysis, that's going to be an opportunity where you can actually build business models surrounding that. But when we push these new areas and really try to advance what we can do with the facilities, regardless if it's in industry or in academia or in the healthcare sector, then this relies on a very, very heavy collaboration between experts at universities and experts in industry. So I think we are not, we are going to have to work together, but I don't think we are competing at all.
Okay, we're getting now a question from a heretic sitting somewhere at home, maybe in a dungeon, and being a bit upset here. Do we really need any more collaboration platforms? We already have NLF, Links, Remade, and Spirit. Spirit is part of it, apparently, yeah. So somebody is thinking, we have too many platforms. Do we need more?
Well, since they were all counted there, we don't need more. So the answer is no.
Okay.
Or did I miss something?
Do we need more collaboration platforms, Magnus?
For me, it's obvious, because we have still the need, and the potential in the industry is, we are not mature yet. We need to understand what we can ask for. We need to understand what we can use the facilities for. This is not obvious today. And we had this discussion, we had it last year, and you can go back in history. I've been talking about this for many years, and we are still here talking on the same topic. So yes, we need it, but we need a different approach, I would say.
It's access, entry, and learning, as you said, Mang. I think we haven't discussed so much the learning part of this, because that's extremely important. But what Spirit and Selma, you're too modest. Spirit will offer 7 node entry points, and collectively in Spirit, all the major universities in Sweden are involved. in those universities there are hundreds of networks between academia and industry, and that will be offered, of course, to help getting industry engaged in the large-scale facilities. So when this is up running, it's going to be a fantastic thing. And of course, Martin, you will not sit passively and phone Spirit when you have an idea. You will be actively engaged in the work, of course, in Northvolt. And that's the whole idea, to build that ecosystem and bring down all these walls that exist between industry and academia. So in terms of more platforms, communication and discussion is always good. And of course, in the end of the day, it's the workshops and the actions. And I think Spirit will be a facilitator that can take care a lot of those hinders that exist today. So that was just a selling speech for Spirit.
We have then another question coming in from...
Can I add?
Of course.
Because, yeah, I didn't answer the question if we need more. And considering what we know now from research and NLF and others, yes, we see that these networks and platforms really do contribute to new users. We see now when Formax is up and running that the community is there. We have other beamlines where we haven't done the same and we don't see the same. For example, beamlines that would be extremely relevant for life science that are not at all used by life science. And we have DDLS, which is the data-driven life science, which is not at all connected to Max4. So we do, and there's many more. We have how many industry sectors in Sweden where we have to really collaborate? It's not more networking, it's gathering around industrial challenges, I would say. And that's what we'll try to do in Spirit.
So we have a question for you, Selma, straight from the viewers. Where do research institutes and smaller mediators that have been active in the area fit within Spirit?
Yes, this is something that we are now very much working with in the development.
You can speak into the camera because it's someone at the distance.
Yes, we are working on the development of how the organization is going to look and how we are going to work with these innovation challenges. So that is one of the main goals, to include other stakeholders into this. So yeah, we are in development. Yeah.
Okay, we have a few minutes to say what we need to say that hasn't been said. What haven't we said that should be said about this access?
I think we said most of it. Yeah, I think there are two really great initiatives. And then I think, Per, you just talked about learning, and I think this is really important. That we have these two initiatives, and then we also need to learn. And we can focus also that we can have industrial PhD programs where we actually focus on the methods, not only to develop new materials, new processes. So that we can actually have developing new methods for material characterization, for in situ measurements in industry, developing new sensor and data analytics. So I think that is something that we can add on those two initiatives. And that is something we do together, industry, university, and the funding bodies.
We have a comment here from, please, will you stand up?
Yes.
Säg ditt namn också.
My name is Freya. I want to change my answer from what you were asking mine before. Because it was a bit short and boring. Like, entrepreneurship is cool, and it shows that you take the leap and do something with your research. Like, you understanding something and then you make something out of it, and that is really inspiring. And what you all have talking about today is so important, that academia and industry cooperate, and that not everything is about money. I think you should strive about something bigger, like what are the real goals to make the world better, and not just compete with each other. And yeah.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Let's go.
Is it Sarah who has influenced you, the presence? She got inspired.
You find something in the research and then you make something out of it.
Yeah.
That's what's, inspiration.
Yeah, cool. Thank you for that comment. So what haven't we said that we should say?
I missed one thing, and
Okay.
maybe that could be a topic next year. We have not, and today we have not spoken about undergraduate education when it comes to these facilities, the methods, and actually we have 2 fantastic infrastructures in Sweden, and we should really include that in our undergraduate education. I think I defended my thesis 15 years ago, 16 years ago, and then during the spring when I was at Max 4, I talked with a former colleague. Oh, I did measurements also when I did my PhD. Oh, we worked together during 5 years. I never heard you talk about that. I think we really need to think, but that's for next year.
Yeah, I think also that journalists in Sweden need to start writing more about these facilities, because it is a unique thing. What haven't we talked about more? Anyone just grab?
Can I just say something?
Yeah, of course.
We're talking a lot about opening up to new users, and this creates new needs at the facilities and a new way of handling that with data analysis. We had, I was at the Northern Lights on Food conference in June, I think it was, and there was both Nestlé and L'Oreal and a lot of French. And they were really dominating with the expertise they had in these techniques. So we also have to not just open up to new, we need to build up this competence that they have. We need to be, now that we are hosts, we need to become leaders in this. So we have to think about that as well. I just don't want that to be forgotten.
Okay, thank you, Selma. Anything we haven't said that we need to say?
Yeah, I think there is a sense of urgency in this, and I think we need to start now. We should pause this PowerPoints and so on and start to work. So we have the ambition to start our activities in January 1st next year, and we aim to be the biggest buyer of proprietary bean time.
So
Excellent.
be prepared, Charlie.
Excellent. So Charlie, Charlie is not only getting the 40 million today, you are getting here a big order of bean time. Wonderful. Per, anything that we haven't said?
I'm not sure. I think the timing aspects, of course, are important to understand that there is a difference in the timing aspects in academic life and industry. And we need to perhaps respect that. And Helmut, about agility, I think in order to be successful in industrial usage of these facilities, I think the timing aspect is important. It's, as Glenn was talking about earlier, it's perhaps for industry not acceptable to wait 1 year to get a digital answer, yes or no, especially if it's a no. So we have some work to do with that, I think. So timing is important. So
Per, Magnus, Selma, Martin, thank you very much for this panel. Thank you very much. And it is now lunch hour, and it will be served behind you. And the setup is as follows. You will stay, you will grab a plate of food, you will eat a little bit, and then we are all, this is a working meeting, so you're going to work at the tables with a couple of questions. And there is an appointed secretary at each table. Can the secretary stand up? So you will see who they are. There is a secretary at any table that doesn't have a secretary. Yes? So the secretary will take notes, and at 2 o'clock we will have a gathering of all the different viewpoints. So bon appétit. Vänta, mina manus. Vänta. My friends, my friends, my friends, it's time. We will slightly earlier than planned go for the conclusions, as we need to finish off a bit earlier. But it seems you all have had and are still having some very good discussions. I think we will, through the Menti system, get some of your conclusions up on the big screen. We can have the technology with us to have a look at the answers you have been given to us. What can politics, industry, universities, facilities do to ensure that Sweden takes better advantage of ESS and Max4 without new funding? The facilities have to be first-class facilities with the modern techniques, instruments, and outstanding competence. We have here better, more interesting publications of data from the facilities to generate a higher interest. So communication, which table had this idea? There were also other ideas about communicating better. Which table was responsible for this? No one. It came out of anonymous sources. So to be able to communicate better what you do, which table said this thing? No one is responsible. Is it wrong? It's right, it's right, it's right. Why is it right? Patricia, hang on.
It's absolutely right. I think we all, when we answered or discussed the three topics, then we come back to, okay, so how we know this, but in order for us to really make something, some changes, then others need to know what we know. So we have some ideas coming up later, but it's also about sharing and on an understandable level. So communications has been kind of a theme here.
But communication is a very big and broad theme.
Yes.
So what are the key target groups as you see it? Is it just like the general public, or is it more niched university students, engineering students?
I think that all necessary target groups, from young children, students, and those stakeholders that are here and now, but those that we want to become, we want user friendliness, and that means that we need to involve in what we know. So if we share, and that is common communications. It's if I share my mistakes with you, you will remember them. And if I have done my homework and I will be able to share that, then you don't have to invest your time and money in those things. So yeah, I think we pretty much want to engage in different communication plans.
Excellent. Anyone else want to say something about communications, because it was a theme from another anonymous group? You have an idea? Please say your name also in terms of the live stream audience.
Okay, my name is Kristina Anderberg-Hallas. I am at Region Skåne, and we discussed communication at our table, and it's important to talk the language so that we understand each other, both for the politicians, between academia and industry. So there are very many different ways that we need to be able to communicate a complex science.
Can I then be a bit positively provocative? Because Region Skåne has been very good at not hijacking, it's a too strong a word, but like claiming these facilities as its own. If the facilities had been outside of Uppsala or Stockholm, do you think they would have been more known in Sweden? Can I get a hand up? One little like this. One, yeah. Why would they have been more known?
I don't know. I just thought they would be. There's so many people in Stockholm and Uppsala, so.
Yeah. I think they, as a science journalist, they would have been much more known because media would have had an easy time accessing them. So it would have been a tremendous difference. Any other ideas on the theme of communication? Because it's very broad. The facilities don't have really budgets to communicate with everyone. So who should be key target groups for communication? Per.
Oops.
Yeah.
Well, I guess basically all stakeholders in society, and that covers everyone basically. You talked yourself about politicians this morning and journalists. Mm. So we need to reach outside of academia and definitely much more into industrial networks, I think. So that covers, I think, the whole society. And also the justification of putting research money onto these large facilities also, I think, that demands some sort of dialogue with a normal citizen to justify those efforts. So that was a boring answer, but basically everyone.
It's a very difficult answer for a head of communications because it's everyone, but okay. Please say your name for
Yes, I'm Sindra Peterson. I'm at ESS. I think in terms of all communications, yes, it's a question of target group analysis. And when we do communicate, we can't be talking about ESS and Max 4 because when you say, okay, come to this meeting to learn about ESS and Max 4, why would that particular person want to do that? No, we need to start from some question that a group might be interested in learning about. So really focus in group by group and see, okay, what's the topic that will be of interest here?
Yeah, you got an applause here from the group manager. She did well.
She did very well.
Yeah. Pia Kinhult from ESS, who should be key target groups?
To begin with, of course, universities and researchers, but then industry at the same time. And I think that's the main target groups at this stage. We also, and I actually noticed that Salman mentioned also healthcare, but I think that will be a bit more complicated and we need to take that in the next step. First, you need to build competence, even among university people and academia, actually. So, but at our table, we were also talking about this Max 4 for Dummies. Maybe more of that kind of material could actually be easily distributed around people to reach out. Because at the end of the day, you need to reach everyone, but you cannot do that.
No. So what about the education systems? Because that is also communication. Engineering students, STEM students. Do we need to change the way we teach? Yeah, Martin is already. Please eat the mic and tell us who you are.
Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. So I'm Martin Salberg. I'm professor in inorganic chemistry at Uppsala University. But I very strongly believe that we have to get these facilities and how to use them part of the basic education for our Master of Science in Technology. All civilingenjörer in Swedish needs to have courses how to use these facilities in the basic education. And this is something that we are at least launching in Uppsala, and I hope that all other universities also do this and really, because that's the only way to really get the knowledge into the companies on a long-term level.
Excellent. Have you started the courses?
No, they're being decided by the program councils now.
But have
for
you designed the
next year.
coursework?
Yes.
So if somebody from another university wants some good coursework, you can come here for a consultation. No, but that's quick knowledge dissemination.
It's not quick. It's very slow.
It's very slow.
To get
Okay.
this into basic education is a huge task, but it's something that has to be done everywhere, because that's how you build competence slowly in all sectors.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Yes, excellent. And then you. Say who you are for the...
Yeah, Martin Karlsson from Northvolt. And I think this should not only be done for material engineers, chemical engineers. It should also be done for those who are more into the digital educations, like data analytics and more of the digital. So we should not forget, because what we're lacking in chemical education today is a lot of the digital things, but then also in the digital educations that we are lacking understanding of processes, of materials, and so on.
Excellent. Thanks. And they are going to be used in the analytics phase, of course, the digital. Yeah. We have, please say your name and...
So my name is Karin Helen from ESS. At our table, we talked also about how to communicate with the younger generation, that you are on the social media and the platforms that they're using today. And we had a very good example here that we thought we should highlight. Like Selma, for example, she brought her audience on Instagram with her on an experiment the whole way. So to show how you do it, how you apply, how you get there, and so on. So to visualize it in an interesting way.
We need more ESS Max 4 influencers. Okay, excellent. More viewpoints on the communicative aspects? Did you discuss it at this table?
No, not very much, actually.
What were your key takeaways?
The key takeaways was basically on the other issues, I would say.
Such as?
Well, how do we work together in Sweden with the government and the different authorities in implementing what we think and also defining what we think that the facility should do. So it's more about the leadership and how we work together in Sweden, I would say.
And how
it's about communication as well, of course.
How is the leadership in this area right now?
I think it's moving in the right direction.
Scale it, 1 to 5.
I would say a strong 2 or 3, because there is a lot more we can do, I think.
And to push it up to a 4 or a 5?
I think we're getting there. I mean, for example, if we look at the impact of ESS and Max 4, I think this is not only on the research, but also in the industrial area and economics areas. And we're sort of moving into plans for that. I see that in the implementation plan for the ESS, Max 4, for example, and I see it also in the new version of the guide to research infrastructure, where there is not only research and science considered, but also impacts of it being done in other areas for Sweden. And I think that's good. So I think we're moving in the right direction.
Okay, pushing up towards the 3, perhaps?
Yes, I'm sure.
Excellent. Sure. Perhaps we can push the Menti questions so we can have a look at a bit lower down, if you have a scroll through. So we have the research school, standard experiment. You can stop there. Try to find an example of standard experiment ideas, e.g. for measuring residual stresses that is of interest by many industry stakeholders. Okay, this is interesting. Which table had this idea? Okay, cool. I'll come down. Please say your name and speak like this.
In the mic.
Yeah.
Hi, so Julia Hellström from Vinnova. With this, I mean, basically what we talked about was that one way to simplify how to use the abilities of the facilities is to have standard experiment ideas. I'm thinking that you need to lower the threshold for anyone that is also coming from the outside to actually come in and use the facility. And we discussed in this specific way of residual stresses and how you can measure them and how they can be of interest for different stakeholders in the industry. But you can unify it in one standard experiments. So, yeah, a way to simplify and facilitate.
Yeah. Is this a good idea? Can we get a hand up? Does this table have the support of anyone else? One table, two. Yeah, you're getting like 40% support. Okay. Okay, we would like to see an industrially financed instrument at ESS. If you engage that way, you want to be there more long term. Helmut, a Swedish instrument financed by industry at ESS. I know you have been thinking about this issue a lot.
Yes, we had actually discussed this issue just 2 weeks ago at the Innovation Day.
In Ludvika, yeah, exactly.
In Ludvika, and certainly this is part of a wider discussion what the access to a facility like the ESS would look like, right? Because is it open then only to Sweden? Is it open to the wider community? That will depend then on how we finance it. So, but in principle, it's an option.
Yeah.
But it has to be explored in the context also of what I said before. This is a European consortium, so we have to set up the governance to allow that.
But it's not so complicated because there are other instruments there, the 15 other instruments.
Yeah, but they are all public.
They are all public.
I mean, it depends now what you call a Swedish instrument. If naturally Swedish industry says, we build an instrument there and then it's open for everybody else, if they are so generous, then it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But if we are talking about something where you would say a consortium of industries builds an instrument for a very specific purpose, they want to exploit it mainly themselves for their competitive edge, then we have to discuss how it fits into the overall governance. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
If
and would you have a hard time then with your council?
No, I think it just has to fit into the business model.
Yeah.
Right? I come back to what I said before. It's basically a company. It's a company that needs every year 200 million euros.
Yeah.
So we have to satisfy our 13 stakeholders, and they have to be happy with what we set up in terms of housing such instruments.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, we have one more comment here.
Could I perhaps comment on industrially financed instruments? They do exist at some neutron facilities, but one has to bear in mind that there are also continuing running costs that people have to think of financing the staffing and so on. And it's quite important that one takes an appropriate long-term view when setting up any consortium for this. Having said that, I managed to fund entirely a strain scanning instrument out of industrial funds some years ago, and so there are certain fields where it could be done, but it's something that needs careful management, and certainly in the context of ESS, the European perspective is important.
So your worry is that when industry comes in, they will not finance the overhead costs. Is that your worry?
It's very important that one includes the full cost in this package. And if there is some public subsidy, we should be rather open about that and recoup that in other ways from the other use of the beamline or something like that, which would be normal in many of the facilities. I know where other facilities that have shared beamlines, partially public, partially industry.
Okay, some good advice. Thank you for that. I think we can have a look at the next question, unless there is someone sitting with like a... What is needed to secure access to competence of both the facilities, the universities, and the industries? We have one table that just said bra. So the bra table, which is the bra, I think we need some clarification. Bra means good in English. Which is the good table?
I'm afraid it's me.
Yes, you. Okay. Graduate schools are important. Dedicated liaisons, responsible contacts. Could invite the RIs. What is the RI? Resource infrastructure to seminars. So couldn't that be the spirit node people? Who could be these people? Okay, we saw that. Thank you. STEM education is important, good with collaboration between universities. Simplify migration rules so that foreign expert from outside the EU could more easily get access permits. We have a huge migration debate in Sweden where it's more about criminals and gangs and the heavy wave of violence right now and young people getting killed, unfortunately. How will this issue of high competence labor from other non-EU countries, how will that rate with the politicians? Does anyone have any ideas? Is there space for it in the debate?
Hello, Anna Dinidu from Links in Lund. In fact, we work into inviting guest researchers coming to Lund, so talent from abroad coming for very few months. But if we want some, and trickling down their expertise and their knowledge to people in Sweden, in all Swedish universities. And we face the problem of not being able to invite them really, since the rules and the coordination of rules in the EU is not functioning synergistically. For example, a researcher, an expert researcher, and this is to answer your question, we're talking now about people with very deep expertise and knowledge that both universities need, the facilities, industry, etc. So we're not talking about the migration and the general population. So it's very specific. Now, a very competent researcher from Japan, for example, that would want to do a sabbatical for a whole year in Europe could go to different European countries. They face an impossibility to do so due to the current rules in Sweden that does not allow them to be more than 3 months within the Schengen area. So there are things to be done, a better coordination that will quickly solve the problem of getting these bright minds from the whole world into Sweden.
So what do we need to do? Who do we need to talk to? Who needs to listen to this problem?
Of course, the politicians that decide to assign to the migration agency to work with these rules. So if they decide to simplify them, absolutely, that's something very doable. These people are there for this, to facilitate this interaction.
Yeah, great. Yeah.
Of course, this is a highly relevant question and something that we should continue to discuss. Perhaps there is poor political timing right now, but there is a dialogue between SUHF and the immigration authorities regarding these issues. So we are, as a sector, on these issues, and we will see what comes out of those discussions. But of course, it would be good if industry also joined forces to get some impact into this, but it's an extremely important question.
Thank you. Emil Jörnerup from Svenskt Näringsliv, Confederation of Swedish Enterprise. So I represent industry. And I would just like to build on that supply of skills is perhaps the biggest challenge for our member companies at the moment. So it's highly relevant, and we have to make it easier for international talents to come to Sweden, and the competition for them from other countries is really, really hard, and it's just going to going to increase. So I see this as a critical issue, not just related to these facilities, but for both academia and industry.
Yeah, but it's directly related to the facilities and the ability to be used.
Yeah, sure, because they are so international. So,
yeah.
So we have to make sure that, and it's related to expert tax and such tax incentives and other issues. Thanks.
How many of you here think this is an important issue? Can I get a hand up? One? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, shall we... we had somebody who agreed with our friend from Vattenfall. Where was this issue? No? So Michael from Vattenfall said suppliers to big companies can be a very interesting target group. You have to be where the material users are. So how do you reach the suppliers further down? Which table talked about this? This is an industrial viewpoint. This table. You are too shy to claim your wisdom. Please explain how you reasoned.
I'll keep it close. So, yes, we said that the materials use and the materials development is not done by the large companies. They are buying stuff. So the suppliers to those companies need to be aware of the possibilities, but also, as we also said earlier, what is the real problem? We can't say, use this, use ESS. We need to say, you need it for measuring residual stresses and so on. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and now we have a lot of investment in Europe, and for the green transition, a lot of global players are coming, looking into where in Europe should they invest. And then we should, of course, use ESS and Max 4 to show that Sweden, if you are a material company supplying to the European, like the battery industry or other industries, yeah, come to Sweden because we have all these facilities. So
very good. So this
is a window opportunity, maybe 18 to 24 months or something like that.
So it's an investor pitch to the Silicon Valley sharks, so to say, that we have the facilities here, come be with us because we can develop new things in this environment.
Yeah, and also a lot of companies that are investing in Europe for the European supply.
Okay, this is a new argument. Interesting. We have a new target group for communication. Thank you. Can we have a look further down? Tree search. Sorry, Harry, higher up. Above. So Mikael from Vattenfall. Above, please. Above, not down. Up. Thank you. Tree search is a good example of how you can collaborate around a topic. Can you imitate that to create success? Anyone involved in tree search here? Who said this? You did? No? Namn och nära gärna.
So Alexander Matic from Chalmers University of Technology and involved in research. I actually didn't say this. I don't know who said this, but it's absolutely true, and I think it's a wonderful example where you go all the way from fundamental research to industrial use, and this was established now. I think they started almost 10 years ago, and the industry there, forest industry, did not wait for somebody to do something. They came together and said, we will fund an initiative. And together with the Wallenberg Foundation, they started Wallenberg Wood Science Center. They invested in the Formax beamline, which is now running at Max 4. And the second experiment ever done at Formax was done by industry, by Tetra Pak in collaboration with academia, which I think is a brilliant example. We also see now that in competence centers related to this area, that we have a much more increased use of these techniques by PhD students and postdocs, and it's really infiltrating research groups to use, for instance, X-ray techniques at Max 4. So I think that is a prime example where you don't have to wait for somebody else to actually do something, but you can do something yourself.
But in this case, I mean, the pulp and paper and wood-related industries had a very concrete lighthouse that they set off, how to kind of use cellulose in a new way. So what could be similar? Do you think that a true technological issue like that does it gather its own momentum, or what is needed? Because you need to have that kind of lighthouse or clear endpoint.
I think it requires a visionary and brave industry leaders who don't wait for somebody else to act. They had a lighthouse, they saw that their industry needed a transformation, needed more advanced research, but we have the same today. We have, for instance, battery industry, where now a lot of companies are involved, not only Northvolt, but Volvo, Scania are also building factories. Why don't go together, fund yourself an initiative, and then maybe attract public funding? The same you could do in metal industry, where we could have a similar initiative. So it doesn't have to be so difficult.
Yeah. So this is now a direct question to Northvolt. When do you start this initiative? A battery initiative. You gather other actors who are dependent on battery development and do a research copy.
Yeah, we already have such proposals, as Alexander knows. We have together with the Compel universities. This is something we're already discussing. Then, of course, we are investing a huge amount of money into our factories right now. That's priority number one. But then, of course, when it comes to operations and doing the programs, then I see it's easier to put the investment in the operation part. But CapEx could be, right now, as we are a growing company and invest in our own facilities, this could be a little bit more difficult at the moment.
Okay, cool.
To promise.
Thank you. What else do we have here? Deep dialogue, universities investing in education. We have talked about that. Integrate courses to spread knowledge. We already have the course plan ready. You know who to talk to if you need one here. Shall we go down? Lighthouses, inspiration. But no, hang on. Lighthouses are inspiration and they light up, but maybe not use them too much. Who was a bit skeptical of lighthouses?
I'm sorry, that's us again. So just keep going.
Keep going. Okay, the group has withdrawn. Knowledge transformers are needed, possibly to go back and forth between industry and academia and facility. We have talked about that. Increase interaction, use links.se educational materials, raise awareness, engage young people, young researchers, modern channels of communication, senior synchrotron researchers to take a sabbatical from their current research to turn a short project together with industry. That's interesting. Sort of people, also not only about the young people, but also people who have strong, deep competence to be able to switch careers. And then let's go down. If I had 50 million SEK, creating a joint cross-disciplinary team to explore how neutrons and X-rays could contribute to a greener textile industry. From research question to who is the textile industry nerd? Who was this? Who are these anonymous people?
They can be the online, the online people.
This is online people. Okay, online people. This is textile. Yeah. Hang on.
I think I know who is responsible for the textile question, but just following up on the tree search initiative, we have tried to copy it fully in the Northern Lights on Food initiative, but just coming bottom-up approach with no money. And even with no money, it has really helped to gather around the grand challenge, really, the universities and industry together. And that is what has inspired, I think, the textile industry to start gathering around this. So it is really having a domino effect.
Good. Okay, let's have a look at the final question. If you had 50 million SEK, 5 million euros, roughly over 5 years to increase and broaden the use of ESS and MAX4, what would you do? Somebody would send it all to MAX4 for operational costs. Charlie, you had 90 million today. Congratulations. You would fund existing collaborative platforms, make setup like existing wood, good examples to share, identify high risk and high gain applications, launch 2 pilots, make a good film after this. We can hire the director who made the disaster movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Educate potential users in the use of the technologies and data analysis to be handled by existing operational initiatives instead of creating new ones. So this is interesting. Who had this idea? Use existing operational initiatives instead of creating new ones to handle data analysis. Is anybody responsible for this viewpoint? I mean, we have a ghost with us. We have a ghost with us. Okay. Concurrence, inspiration for Max for research. We had that. Education, increase public awareness around the facilities. And what do we have at the bottom? The best use of such money in the current would rather be to invest in instruments, including personnel, to ensure that we make the most of facilities we have built. What is the cost of an instrument, Helmut? Is 50 million enough? No, 50 million. 150, so it's a 33% of an instrument you would get. But maybe that's a good initial seed funding. Start of computer analysis, but won't cover the whole route. Outreach programs to industry and university. Finance, Spirit. Selma, you got some new money here too. So any comments on this? Wise use of extra funding. Where would you like to see that? Maybe finance course development of training courses for engineers.
Not really. I think that is the university's responsibility. But if you were to go a little bit south to the casino and bet the money, maybe we can get something like 250 million. And that you can invest in a program for industrial PhD students, which would have an impact. But 50 million is not enough. I agree. Just send the money to Charlie and let the people use the beams that are already around.
Okay. Any other comments on this additional funding or any other comments, please?
Victor Övan from Lund University. So I think this about increased awareness of what's going on is really important. You said that, how much do they know in Stockholm about this? Maybe not so much, and they're a little bit envious and so on. But in the next 10 years, Max 4 will probably need 1.5 billion, something like that. We will never get those money without the politicians supporting it. And they have to understand why they should support it. And I don't think they do today. So use the 50 million for that.
A PR campaign. Okay, great. One more comment here.
Björkun here, also Uppsala University. One of the things that we haven't talked about is the longer time perspective. Because those who are here today, most of you are going to be dead in 25 years.
Okay, now we're going for the hardcore end here. Hardcore, going straight down.
So,
let me call you.
We're not as old as you, Björn. But having said that, we have to think about how we increase the interest of STEM among young people. We do not have good enough success rate of those who start at the university, for example, doing engineering here, I heard, 50% fall out. We need to strengthen this, and we need to create interest for actually natural sciences. So we have the base to do our homegrown stuff instead of buying fruits from outside the country. So let's do some homegrown stuff and start with the 50 millions.
Okay. Well, I think that's an end comment with 25 years. You're from Iceland, aren't you? No.
Don't blame it on me.
No, but I'm thinking of Icelandic hardcore sagas, you know, this, yeah, we will all be dead in a short time. Okay, cool. We will have now, thank you very much for this, for collaboration around this. We will have, you can have another quick cup of coffee, tea, and then we are going to round up, and we are going to finish slightly earlier because of planes, etc. So you're welcome. Coffee, tea, and we will convene in 10 minutes.
sig köra bil här om kanske en timme ungefär. Kommer jag sitta i bilen. Om en halvtimme.
So, my friends, it is time to convene for the last time. Welcome back to your seats. Welcome back. You can sit. Welcome back to your seats.
Oh, we have lost half the audience.
No, we haven't.
No, they're just having coffee.
Please welcome back.
Switch off this thing.
So I'm sitting here with two of the central pieces of this big jigsaw that we have been talking about. Just wait for... And when we start, I would like to ask you, Charlie, what have you heard today?
Well, we've heard many things, but I think for me, I still keep actually the same heading as I did for the last summit, and this is that we require more long-term perspectives in our efforts. Everything we do needs to have a more long-term perspective. In the last summit, I used the analogy that we have been approaching the access to these facilities like building a bicycle wheel one spoke at a time. The only problem is that every time we notice that we have a failing wheel with one spoke, we remove it and try to replace it with another spoke, which doesn't result in a more stable wheel. And I think all the short-term efforts that we have seen so far result in the same, at the same point. We don't really achieve much. And that there is still a significant gap analysis that we need to do to ensure that we can connect all the ends of the various roles in this ecosystem to ensure that we actually have a functioning access model all the way from basic research to industry.
Helmut, what have you heard? I feel with you a lot because you're from Germany, you have been working in France, and now you are absolutely north of the pole circle, sitting here, trying to sort of, it's 6 degrees outside, rain. What are your thoughts? Are you landing in this?
Well, you see, maybe I share with you, when I was a young boy, I learned a word, and the word is called Schwedenstahl. So this is a German word, and it just means Swedish steel, right? Mm-hmm. And it's a quality criterion. If you call something as tough as Schwedenstahl. So the first thing I would say, and I said that last time, we have achieved a lot, and Sweden has achieved a lot, and I have now been here for 2 years, and I just can say it's an outstanding country with outstanding industry and with an outstanding research educational system. And we always, naturally, the way we are brought up, we think everything is too slow. We are living again in a revolution, and when I say we, the researchers of the last decades have made it possible, right, that you have now a lightning here that doesn't use any energy with LEDs, that our cars are driving with lithium batteries, that we store in hydrogen tanks. All that has been made possible by a system that was in place. So first of all, I think we should be proud. And we should develop that naturally as Charlie has said, and I like his approach. I'm a theoretical physicist, for those who don't know, so it will be the physics professor talking. It's a system, right? And the question is, do we want to engineer that system? Do we want to design it? And do we have a plan to do that? Or do we rely on self-organization? And I come back to the discussion of communication. Communication for me is one thing. It's a little bit, I have the impression, we think we bring out the news and the relevant people hear it and they do the right thing. That may not always work, right? If you think about the technological system, you make sure that all the parts are integrated, they talk with each other in the right way. And this means also, if you design it, you have to drive and regulate, and this means incentives. And I come back to what I said before, our facilities will respond to the needs of society, absolutely clear. We are very expensive, we don't deny it, we know that we only can exist because European economy is going strong, and we want to contribute that this continues. And therefore, I also hear sometimes a distinction between researchers and industrial needs. When we were young, and I know that I will die in 25 years.
Yeah, you have been given a death sentence here.
But, you know, we wanted to find those ultimate superconductors naturally, maybe because that could win us the Nobel Prize, but equally because that would have driven an economic revolution and would have solved a lot of... So I think it's a mistake to think that the people at the universities don't think in that way and they don't want to go towards innovation and making sure that our economy strives and we are competitive. They're all adult, well-trained people. But from the political side, it's important that we create the right incentives. And there I see, as Charlie, a need for concerted action, I think we would call that in German, konzertierte Aktion, where all the actors come together and say, well, that's now our objectives. I come back to the three questions. When you say, what is advantageous for Sweden, you have to define what for you would be advantageous. A stronger economy,
sure.
more Nobel Prizes. You have to make a choice, right? And one may not exclude the other. But I think this is what I take home. And maybe a last thing, which already at the last meeting, I realized when we talk about technology, we integrate at various levels. And where the two of us can contribute is at the materials process level. So we have to break down a big technological problem like autonomous mining to the point where we get to what I call who owns the materials and process questions. And those people have to know about us. It's with those people that we have to get into contact, because then we can make real impact. And I had Sarah with me on the table, and I think what they do with, I have to get it right, WISE is more the materials side, but then help me, Sarah, the other one, the wasp, right, the stinging wasp. That is more on the higher integration level. So if we make sure that those talk to each other, and that the WISE people, that's where we are with the WISE people. So if they know about the problems that the wasps have, they can also bring us in contact with the higher integration levels. So I think in principle the stuff is in place.
You got 1.2 billion Swedish crowns, and you said this has been announced twice. You knew about it already, but it has been announced again as a piece of news.
Well, it's the funding, the extra funding that Sweden puts into the ESS that was basically already in last year's finance bill. Now, Pia, tell me if I do something wrong, because I think we are live here. This is a big commitment, right, from Sweden.
It's a huge commitment from a small country, so it's a big trust in the facility. But so will you be able to respond with trust, as in starting as planned?
We are on track at the moment to deliver in 27. We have, somebody asked me, I think it was Dagens Industry, whether I could guarantee it. My reply was, guarantee not, because I'm not God. But I trust my project plan at the moment, and if there is not some major mishap happening, we will deliver the project as promised at the end of 27 to go into user operation.
And is the budget, the means allocated from the 13 countries, as you can foresee it, is it enough?
Yes, because we made a loaded plan. Also, we follow this now since 2 years. So we also know that we were quite good in estimating the costs of the various tasks. So I'm also confident that this will work. I think, as we had said before, those facilities, the baseline cost is very high. So we have to make sure that in terms of getting back to the taxpayer the best return on investment, that it's not the little extra funding. Little is still big in a university world, right? But if I just take the fact that maybe Max 4 would not have run its full cycles next year, this is a disaster because the base cost is the same, right? And therefore it's the same with industrial use. If we don't make sure that all the elements come together, we are not good stewards of the resources we have been entrusted with because we don't produce the impact that is expected from us.
Charlie, on that note, this funding gap that you have had has put a lot of stress on you. And when we talked before this meeting, you said, I will know the day before the meeting if I'm going to be a very, very happy man or a very sad man. So in terms of the longer term perspectives now, what does it look like? Because you will be needing a lot of funding for the years to come. Somebody mentioned the figure of 1.2 billion. Who was this?
That was Victor.
It came from there, yeah.
And that
will you be living with your heart in your throat, like for the next years?
No, I mean the 1.2 billion is the next phase of beamline buildup at Max 4, so that is not directly tied to the operation. If we discuss operation, I have reasons to be hopeful that we will be able to convince the political level that we will find a different way of running the facilities with more long-term perspectives. Again, coming back to the long-term perspectives. Again, we in discussions with various stakeholders, we have tried to emphasize that it's not reasonable that we operate Max 4 as a 4-year project that disappears and reappears New Year's Day every 4 years. So again, let's hope that we get enough impact to the research bill that we can achieve a change in that direction.
So you have the communication with the politicians and with your key stakeholders, but nothing creates funding successes more than scientific successes. So what type of breakthroughs do you think would be key at your respective facilities to really ensure that you are ingrained in the Swedish soil, in the Swedish soul, I would say almost? Well, if you wake up one night and you dream about this would be absolutely fantastic, what would that be?
I think I'm living my dream, honestly. I mean, Max 4 is today operational with 16 beamlines, and we do everything from basic to applied research. The fact that Magnus Fredriksson is starting it was not,
Beam
it was
time?
association.
Yeah. Non-profit association, Beam Time.
Beam Team.
Beam Team.
And brings a lot of money in now.
Yeah, and he has also given you a huge order.
Irrespectively of the money, I think it is an indication that we are actually now able to respond to the needs of an industrial partner. And I'm very happy for that. I'm also looking at the initiatives that the Wallenberg Foundation are making with their research schools. That's also fantastic that we're seeing these initiatives that have this long-term perspective. I mean, that we educate young people with a 10-year perspective. That will transform Sweden. What we're sitting here and discussing that is a fix for tomorrow. Unfortunately, I don't think it will have a huge impact, but I think the VICE program, that might have a huge impact, actually. And of course, to ensure that Max 4 and ESS is, in whatever way we can, integrated into such efforts, be it research schools and what have you, that will transform Sweden, I think. So again, I think I'm living my success story in a way to the extent that I think we have today a lot of users and our scientific productivity is going quickly up after a long period of turmoil, we can call it.
Turmoil, yeah. Helmut, what type of discoveries would you as a theoretical physicist dream of because the ESS has had a journey to establish itself as both being a Swedish science facility, which it needs to be to get Sweden firmly at the helm as core investor, but also being owned by many countries. So it has a dual role. But what type of discoveries would really be game-changing?
Well, I think there's two aspects. Our even if here, and this is not negative, right? We talk a lot about industry. Our key stakeholders will be, for the foreseeable future, the academic world. So what we need is that we get in all those 13 countries a real strong support for the science that we are doing. And and the researchers in those countries, they are themselves under the pressure to deliver high impact, right? They will be in Lithuania, in Germany, in France, be asked, is the stuff you're doing really bringing our societies forward? So the first thing that I have to produce is that, or the ESS, is that over the next 40 years, every year we have this high impact. And I also would like to stress, like for Max 4, we are doing 800 to 1,000 experiments, right? So most of them have to be good. In addition, and just to say, when I talk to the ESS staff, I always say, you may think building the facility is the most challenging task. I don't think so. The most challenging task for both of us will be for the next decades to make sure that this happens, right? That every year we have these outstanding results. Now you talked about the soul, and the soul-like stories, right? You also talked about Borgwin's Icelandic sagas. So naturally, if I had a couple of stories where I could, for example, tell a newspaper that now Northvolt has a cutting edge because they did an experiment at the ESS on an electrolyte for a new type of battery, that would be something that's outstanding, right? And if we have a couple of those, that's, I wouldn't say not yet the Nobel Prize, but that comes close to it. And this is really what I hope we will achieve together, so that it's also anchored with the wider public, because that for them is extremely important. Our colleagues from ISIS, they put forward that they did an experiment, strain stress. I think we said that this is naturally every engineer's dream. So they did that on components of nuclear power plants, right? And it seems that these measurements could help the company to prolong the lifetime by a couple of years, maybe decades. If you convert this into economic value, it easily pays off a synchrotron or even a neutron spallation source. So it's the academic, and so if we could contribute to finding a next generation superconductor, understanding maybe the ITC superconductivity, contribute to quantum computing, why not? That would be great, right? And if somebody then ends up in Stockholm, that's even better. But if some industrialists would contact the newspapers and say, hey, that was great what we did down there in Lund, that's also very valuable.
So your old superconducting dreams have gotten a sort of new engine in this new context?
Yes, I think...
You're still dreaming about the superconductor?
Not every night, no.
Not every night, okay. So you will be leaving this meeting. What are your biggest headaches right now? What are your biggest challenges at the facilities?
Well, for Max 4, it's clear. Short term, it's the operational funding that we really want to stay open for Swedish research. I mean, to close down a 5 billion kronor Swedish facility because we're lacking a few million for operations, that's insanity. So that is a struggle we have to continue a little bit more. And again, I have good hope that the upcoming research bill can provide a more long-term solution to that.
And Helmut?
Well, headache, I think my challenge is now to finish the project, right? As promised, as we just have said. I see it also as demonstrating to the rest of the world that Europe is capable of doing these high-end scientific infrastructures, that our industries and that we have the know-how, that we have the competence. And this is not scientific competence in the first place, right? This is quality of wells. This is engineering at the highest level, systems and integration. So I hope that we can demonstrate that together, 13 countries is also a governance challenge. We can do that and therefore provide to our younger people, those who still live in 25 years. Sorry to come back to that all the time, it's really struck me. That Europe is a great place where they can do everything they have ever dreamt of in terms of science. I come back to this when I was young. I had the impression if I wanted to do science, I have to go to the United States. And in our domain, this has completely changed, right? Because we are leading the world in these areas. And I hope that this will continue like that. And it's actually the Japanese and the Americans that dream coming to Sweden because here they can do the best of the neutron and X-ray science.
If they can get the work permits. But we need to fix that too. We need to fix that too. Excellent. I would like to thank you, Charlie and Helmut, for these conclusions. Thank you very much. Well, let's give them an applause. Thank you, guys. Just to finish off, Albert Einstein famously said, I love this quote, "The height of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a new result." And the Green Revolution requires new thinking, new doing, new results. So we are in uncharted territories. And I believe today has been a way of trying to investigate this, looking at this complex diamond through many different angles. I would like to thank all the panelists. I think we give them a warm applause. Everybody who has been on stage for contributing with your knowledge and your passion here today. We want to thank Luleå University. Can we have Luleå University stand up, please? For being beautiful hosts. Thank you for your generosity, and I would like to thank Tutti Johansson Falk, who has been the fantastic organizer behind all of this. And for the dedicated work in creating the summit. And yeah, we are ending now for the day. You have bags in there. You know where the airport is. Please bring everything along because it'll be closed after. Katarina is going to say something also, but I want to say thank you for me.
Yeah, Maria, we would like to thank you a lot for excellent guidance during the day, and thanks to you and also to very engaged participants. I think we have taken at least one step further in this journey together. So thank you very much. And I know you live far away from here, so maybe some books.
Perfect.
And you're always, you can learn something from them, I hope. Thank you.